Good morning. Hope you're having a great week. It is Friday, September 11th, 10:02 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time, local time here in Colorado. I'm on I-25 southbound. I just got onto I-25 southbound a couple of minutes ago. I'm just north of Fort Collins. This is mile marker 293.5. I would say I'm about 25 miles north of Fort Collins. I passed a sign a few minutes ago that said I was 31 miles from Fort Collins, but those signs are not to the edge of town. They're to like the center of town. So I might actually be hitting Fort Collins in like 15 or 20 miles. So let's enjoy it while it lasts, because once we hit Fort Collins, we hit the suburbs, and there's just going to be lines of cars coming onto the interstate, and it's going to be congested traffic from Fort Collins all the way through Denver. Hopefully it's not stop and go traffic. So let's talk about what's happened since the last video. This is mainly going to be a driving video, by the way. I will try to talk through the video, but mainly it's just going to be driving. I'm going to record driving through Denver. So I'll stop the video at some point once I get to the other side of Denver. Let's see what this sign says. Denver, 82 miles. Fort Collins, 24. Wellington, 14. So the last video I was sitting at the shop trying to get a tire patched. They called me into the shop after 4 hours. I waited for 4 hours. They initially told me it'd be 2.5 hours. Ended up being 4 hours. And then whenever they called me into the shop, they still weren't finished with the truck in front of me. So I had to wait on them to finish working on that. I was in the shop for a total of 6 hours. So big waste of time. And whenever I first started the trip, I thought that I had like an extra day. I miscalculated something. I did not have an extra day. This is a really tight schedule. There's nobody behind me for about a mile. Let's go around this oversized load. Some crane or something. But yeah, it was a really tight schedule, so that 6 hours screwed me over really bad. I'm almost not going to be able to make it to my first delivery on time because of that tire patch. So I have the cruise set at 70 right now. In my last drive shift, once I made it to Wyoming, I set my cruise at 70. So basically, since I got into Wyoming, I've been setting my cruise at 70. I normally don't set my cruise higher than 65, but I'm just trying to make up time because the schedule is so tight. So right now, my ETA to Garden City, Kansas, my first delivery, is going to be let's see, it was roughly 4 hours and 20 minutes. I started at 9:30, or not 4 hours, 7 hours and 20 minutes. I started at 9:30 this morning. So 7 hours from 9 is 4, right? Add 30, that's 4:30. Add 20, that's 4:50. So I should be arriving to Garden City right at 5 p.m. And then we have a time zone change. We're going from Mountain to Central, so that makes it 6 p.m. So I'll be arriving in Garden City right around 6 p.m. But I need to stop and get fuel, and I need to take a shower. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to get fuel and a shower in Colby, Kansas. And we'll say that takes me an hour and a half. So now I'm arriving in Garden City at around 7:30 p.m. My delivery appointment in the morning in Garden City is at, I think, 6 a.m. So a 10-hour break from 7:30. Well, I have to do a post trip and everything, so we'll round it up to 8 p.m. 8 p.m. is when I'll be able to go I'll log into the sleeper. So yeah, right at exactly 6 a.m. is when my 10-hour break will be up. So right now I don't have like a second to spare. If there's a line at the shower, I'm just not going to be able to take a shower. I'm just going to have to skip and leave and go ahead and go to Garden City. And all my deliveries on Friday are just going to have to deal with me being stinky. I don't like going to customers, shippers or receivers, being stinky. But it's just worked out to where, like, I'm on such a tight schedule, I can't really be picky on where I'm stopping at the end of my shift. I just have to stop where I run out of hours. So I haven't been able to get a shower along the route. I have the weekend off, though, so if for some reason I'm not able to take a shower in Colby, then sorry, I was watching traffic coming around me. I will have plenty of time to take a shower over the weekend because the places I'm delivering their shipping and receiving department isn't open on the weekend. So my Friday schedule is 6 a.m. at a Menards in Garden City, Kansas. And then I have somewhere around a 200 to 250 mile drive to Salina, Kansas. And I have 2 deliveries in Salina, Kansas. And then my final delivery is in, I think it's Manhattan, Kansas. It's somewhere like 30 miles away from Salina. It's going to be a really tight schedule to get all that done. And then Monday, this Friday is probably the easiest delivery day that I have. Every day past that gets absolutely insane on the amount of deliveries they expect me to do every day. Like on Monday, I start in Topeka, Kansas, and drive to Kansas City, and then drive to Wichita. And that along that entire route, I'm making deliveries. I do like 7 deliveries on Monday. That is insane. Like, I don't think that's possible. Like, I'm supposed to drive all of that distance and do 7 deliveries on top of that. Just doing 7 deliveries can take 7 hours or 8 hours, just the deliveries alone. So yeah, they really have it scheduled like I'm some kind of UPS or FedEx driver in a box truck in some little like delivery van or something. So I have a bad feeling I'm not going to be able to make the delivery appointments. We'll see though. I'll have a much better idea of how long things are going to take once I start making the deliveries. I've never done a small delivery to a Home Depot. I've made several deliveries to Home Depots, and they take forever. But I've never done like a small, like 1 pallet delivery. I've always done trailer loads, and it's always a lot of drama, and they take forever. So hopefully they're able to get me in and out with a single pallet really quick. What I think I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to end up having to hand unload stuff out of the back of the trailer and carry it in through the side door to get in and out of there faster, because they're not going to have docks available. Like, I'm going to have to sit around for hours waiting on docks to be available, so I'm just going to have to unload in the parking lot and carry it in through the side door. So we'll see. We'll see. My mind is just thinking about all of the bad possible scenarios right now. And I need to figure out like what all of their shipping and receiving hours are. I talked with a Home Depot this morning, the one I'm delivering to on Monday morning, and they told me that their shipping and receiving hours, or their receiving hours, I guess they don't really do much shipping. Their shipping and receiving department is 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, and they're closed on Tuesday for some reason. I don't know if it's just that one store or if all the Home Depot receiving departments are going to be closed on Tuesday. And when I was trying to find online what the receiving hours were, basically what I found was every store is different. Some stores receive on the weekends. Some stores don't. Some stores receive on the weekends by appointment only. Just all kinds of, weird stuff. So I'm going to ask Menards, Lowe's, and Home Depot as I'm doing the deliveries what all their shipping and receiving hours are. Maybe Menards receives on the weekend and maybe Lowe's receives on the weekend, so I might be able to do some of my deliveries on the weekend. But the way the trailer is loaded, I don't have a walkway down the middle. So I am forced to do the deliveries in order. But let's say that I have two deliveries, one going to a Home Depot in Topeka and one going to a Lowe's in Topeka, and one's on one side of the trailer, one's on the other. I could still get to the Lowe's delivery, but I'm not going to be able to get much past that. I'll only be able to get to like the next delivery. I won't be able to go past that. I don't think I'm ever going to do one of these loads again. Like, it's just picking the load up was tons of drama. Getting the paperwork corrected was tons of drama. And the way they have it scheduled is insane. So, yeah, once I finish doing this thing, I think I'm never going to want to do one of these loads again. I think that's just going to be it for me. And everyone I've talked to has been like, there's no way I would do that load. Like when I was at the shop, I was talking with some people that were there. One guy was a flatbedder hauling onions. There's a lot of onions moving around on Interstate 84 in Idaho and Oregon. I asked him, I was like, what in the world? Is this like onion picking season or something? And he said it had something to do with temperature. Like now, the temperature right now is a good time to move onions or something like that. I don't know. He didn't speak English very well. But yeah, when I told him I had a 44 delivery door and window load, he was like, wow. He said that he hates doing loads that have more than like two deliveries on them. He doesn't like doing any extra stops. And that's the same with all of us. I don't know of anybody that likes doing multi-stop deliveries because we don't typically get paid for stops. On this load, I am getting paid for stops, and that's where the majority of the pay is, but it is not worth it. This load is scheduled to be, it was initially scheduled to be an 11-day load, but they added on more deliveries, and I think it's actually a 12 or 14-day load now. See, I picked it up. I think I'm supposed to do my final delivery on the 20th. And I picked it up on the 9th. So, yeah, I guess it's still scheduled to be an 11-day load, but I don't think I can deliver it in 11 days. I just don't think it's possible. I think it's going to end up taking me a week longer than what it was initially scheduled as. Well, maybe not a week longer, maybe a day or two longer. Because I just can't imagine 44 deliveries without any delays. Like every delivery goes absolutely perfect and I'm able to deliver everything in under 15 minutes. I just can't imagine that happening. Especially with places like Home Depot and Lowe's and, I've never been to Menards, but you're dealing with employees that don't really care. And they're just doing the absolute minimums, and I don't know. We'll see. Just a second here. All right, how many slow vehicles do we have in this pack that we're passing? Where's the front runner? Of this convoy? Is it the cement truck or the van in front of it? I think the van in front might have just passed all of them. Nope, the van is slow as well. I haven't sped up. I'm still just doing my cruise speed of 70. The speed limit's 75. I think this truck might be exiting. It's slamming on its brakes. Nope, it's just confused. Tolls waived. So the express lane tolls are waived right now. Way station in 1 mile. So we'll keep an eye, and if the 470 tolls are waived, then I might take the 470. I don't feel like paying extra money to bypass Denver, though. If I were rich, then yeah, I would pay to take the 470 around Denver. But I'm not rich. I'm trying to save every penny I can. I did not get the bypass. I don't think I've ever gone through this way station.
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-25 South.
Bear with me while we go across the scale here. You have to keep distance between you so that they can look at your vehicle as you're driving by and look at your license plate and all that good stuff. Three miles per hour is generally the speed you want to go over one of these things at. All right, we're past the sign. And man, there's a lot of trucks behind me. I don't know if they just opened the scale or what. But now the line of trucks is backed out to the interstate. Wait a second here, the four-wheelers. Some of them are moving over, but not all of them. We got somebody on the shoulder right above this hill. So it's been there for a while. So it's been tagged with an orange ribbon. So yeah, tolls are waived on the express lane. We'll see if tolls are waived on the 470. I've never taken the 470. I have no idea how much it is. But some of these tolls can get crazy. I don't even know what system this 470 is on. If it's not part of my toll transponder system, then a lot of these places will charge double for billing you by your license plate. And if it's already like $20 for a semi, they charge you double, $40. I could use that $40 somewhere else. Crossing the double white line is illegal. So the express lane doesn't have a barrier. It's just got a line you're not supposed to cross. And what you'll commonly see are people using the express lane, and then when they get near one of the cameras, they'll just come out of the express lane, go around the camera, and then hop back into the express lane. Oh my goodness, we're back behind these slow vehicles again. See, it's 10:30 local time. That's a good time to drive through a town. I'd rather drive through here at like 2 o'clock in the morning, but if I'm going to have to drive through Denver during the daytime, 10:30 a.m., it's a pretty good time to do it. What in the hell? Damn it. There's somebody on the shoulder, so as soon as I moved over to pass this slow vehicle, they moved over in front of me because there's somebody on the shoulder up ahead. It's really irritating that they made that a damn express lane. That should just be a normal lane. I hate toll roads. Like in Oklahoma, most of those toll roads, I think some of the toll roads are run by, yeah, I'm not even going to guess. I really don't know much about the toll roads, but one of the things that I do know about the toll roads is that some or all of the toll roads were only supposed to be toll roads temporarily to cover the initial cost of construction. And the state got used to the revenue and just kept the toll roads after they were paid for. Governments do not like giving up revenue streams. Once they get a revenue stream, it's nearly impossible to get rid of it. So anytime the government's like, yeah, let's do a temporary tax to cover this, I am not in favor of any form of temporary taxation or tolls, which is a form of taxes, or registration or anything like that. I'm not in favor of any kind of temporary government revenue, because once they get that revenue, they'll just keep extending it forever. All right, I'm not going to get jammed in behind this RV by this four-wheeler. Have we already gone through Fort Collins? If we have, I'm surprised how light traffic is. All right, I'm going to wait to move over until we get past this on-ramp. I just see a line of cars coming on this on-ramp. All right, we're going to go ahead and move over. There's another on-ramp. This is what it's... This is why traffic is so bad north of Denver, is all these suburbs. There's just tons of on-ramps, and there's just lines and lines of cars typically coming on every single on-ramp. All right, I'm getting stuck behind US Foods. Oh, great, great, great. I hit my brakes to slow down, and every car behind me hopped out in the left lane to pass. US Foods out here doing 55 miles an hour. They weren't going that slow. They were going like 60. They might have been going 55. I wasn't able to look at, well, I was able. I didn't look at my speedometer when I slowed down behind them. I was watching traffic around me. Yeah, this is really, really, really light traffic for this area. This is amazing. I haven't seen the Anheuser-Busch place yet, which is in Fort Collins, but I think we've already passed it. I think I just didn't notice it. All right, I'm looking for an opening to get around these slow vehicles. I don't know why there's so many slow vehicles. The speed limit is 75. It's not like I'm out here going 80 miles an hour. I'm doing 70. I'm doing 5 under the speed limit and just flying by everybody. Even if I were doing 65, I'd be going faster than most of these vehicles. I think that truck that I just passed is the one that was going really slow, that had that big line of vehicles behind it that was hitting its brakes out of nowhere for just like when I was passing it, it just hit its brakes. I thought it was taking that exit, but it wasn't. Pretty sure that's the same truck. Buc-ee's, next exit. I have never been to Buc-ee's. I've heard it's like a Walmart with a massive amount of fuel pumps. And they are extremely anti-truck. Like, they will aggressively run off trucks. It's basically a truck stop for cars. Why is this pickup slowing down in front of me? Flew around me and then slowed down in front of me. 18 miles to Denver. So yeah, we're definitely past Fort Collins. All right, I'm not going to bother, or am I? Yeah, I think I am going to bother getting over in the left lane. Are you kidding me? This pickup passes me, slows down in front of me. I move out in the left lane to pass it, and it cuts me off. What in the hell? We're about to hit some bad construction area.
In half a mile, slight right.
Where we are hopping onto the opposing side of the interstate. Oh my goodness. Like if you leave any space in front of you, everybody hops in front of you. People are like fucking cats.
Continue for 1 mile.
Hopefully they're adding in like 5 more lanes because they need it.
In half a mile, merge onto I-29 South.
But it looks like we're going to hop over to the other side of the interstate for a while. At least we're keeping 2 lanes. This would really, really, really be backed up if it went single lane. This section of road in between Fort Collins and Denver has been under construction ever since I've gotten back into trucking. Since I got into trucking in 2020, it's been 5 years of constant construction. It needs to be like 5 lanes both sides because they're just going to keep building homes up and down through here. The amount of people driving on this road is just going to keep going up and up and up. You do not want to drive through here during rush hour. It'll be like stop and go traffic all the way from Fort Collins through Denver. Traffic's moving pretty good though. The speed limit 65 through the construction. I'm doing 67 right now. Now we're slowing down. I'm doing 63. 62. Still slowing down. We're just coasting at 63 right now. I wish my camera had the option of giving my speed based on the GPS. I've seen some people doing driving footage where it'll show their speed in the video. Now we're back up to 67. It's like a fucking carnival ride going through construction areas with narrow lanes, windy roads. It looks like we're going back over to our side of the interstate at the top of the hill. I've got 27 miles until I get onto Interstate 270 to cut across to 70. Alrighty. Let's grab this right lane. I don't know how long it lasts, but let's go ahead and get in it. And this is some rough road. This is a brand new road, and it's just got huge lumps in it. It's just rocking the hell out of my truck. It's like it feels like I have a blown tire. If you ever drive with a blown drive tire on your truck, once you get over a certain speed, your truck will start like wobbling really bad. That's what it feels like right now. And then it was smooth across the bridge and then back to wobbling. All right, it looks like about, I don't know, if I had to guess, I would say that was somewhere around 3 to 5 miles away. There's a cop on the shoulder. Oh, great. See the cop 3 to 5 miles away, but didn't see these people until the last second. I can't see much around this RV. All right, we're going to go ahead and go around the RV. And I'm just going to stay in this lane because I don't want to fight with the four-wheelers to get back into this lane to go around that cop.
There are police reported ahead.
Please don't be a busy on-ramp. $23 miles until the 270. And I forget how long we're on the 270. It's not long, maybe like 10 miles. 5 or 10 miles on the 270. And then we get on to the 70. And traffic starts clearing up pretty fast on the 70. Because there's not a whole lot east of Denver. Denver is mainly north-south. All the suburbs are mainly north and south on I-25. Got somebody on the shoulder. All I can do is hug the left side of the lane. I've got too many vehicles around me. We got somebody, more people on the shoulder up ahead. All right, I want out of this lane. Traffic is slowing down. We're down to 55. All right, I'm just going to stay in the middle lane. There's just too much crap on the shoulder, too much merging traffic. We're down to 45 miles an hour. And now we're speeding up. Why in the world are you getting in front of me, four-wheeler? "23 minutes to I-70. I think that's if you stay on this, you take it straight into I-70. I'm not going to take it straight to I-70. I'm going to take the 270 to 70. All right, I have a feeling this four-wheeler is going to grab the left lane any second now. They're not grabbing the left lane. And they're slowing down. They keep speeding up and slowing down. The reason I thought they were going to grab the left lane is because they were speeding up and they got really close to the van in front of them. And now they've just slowed way down. I think it's two people just talking and not really paying attention to what's going on. I wish I could see what traffic was like, way up ahead to know whether or not it's worth it to pass the vehicles in front of me. Am I just stuck behind a slow pack of vehicles, or is traffic congested all the way into Denver? I don't know. I really want to grab the left lane and go around these slow vehicles, but I have a bad feeling traffic's just congested all the way into Denver. from what I can see in the left lane, cars are not moving back over to the right lane from the left lane, which tells me that the right lanes are congested. There's nowhere to move over to. We're doing 60 right now and slowing down. But this is still actually pretty good for this area. Between Fort Collins and Denver, moving at 60 is really good. There goes the four-wheeler. I guess they stopped talking and the driver started paying attention. They're like, I'm going really slow. Let's go grab this left lane. I'm glad that they're gone, because they were just not maintaining speed, just going back and forth in between me and the van. Yeah, it's just bumper to bumper in front of me. I am looking forward to doing the deliveries tomorrow so that I can get some idea of how quick the deliveries are going to be. And what I think I'm going to do is I have a little clipboard that has a compartment inside of it. I think I'm going to take all of my bill of ladings and manifests for the day and put them in that clipboard. And then when I'm done with that day, I'll put them in a little folder. So I'll just take the ones out I need for the day so I don't have to sort through all of them on every stop. Now we're down to 50. And we're speeding up. This is terrible for fuel mileage. Like slamming on the brakes and slowing down by 10, 15 miles an hour and then accelerating it back up and just doing that over and over again. That's just horrible for fuel mileage. What are these warehouses over here? Mastercraft. What is Mastercraft? Is that a tool? Reminds me of like Craftsman tools. All right, we're slowing way down again. We got up to 65. Now we're down to 55. "12 more miles until the 270. And the 270 is a left lane exit. All right, now we just have this truck in front of me that's moving slow. Oh my goodness. Brake check. All right, so the 470 is not a free tollway. Okay, I need to pass. So now we're just being held up by this bobtail, and then there's a truck in front of the bobtail, and they're moving slow. But I have so many cars passing me right now, I can't get out of this lane. And we're about to go uphill. So once we... Actually, I'm going to have to take this opening right here. Because there's just a massive line of vehicles. Got to take the opening as I can get it. I didn't want to get out here until we got past this hill because I'm going slow up the hill. But I got to take the opening I can get to get around these two slow-moving trucks. This is the reason I keep getting brake checked, is these two assholes. All right, now we're out of that. Now we're cruising at 70. Well, 68, close enough. And 10 miles until the 270. Yeah, this has been a really smooth drive through this area. Got really lucky. No accidents. Traffic isn't bad. This is one of the concerns that I had about making my appointment times, is driving through this area. Because if you get into here and there's an accident, oh my goodness. It could cause some major delays. All right, we're coming up on a pack of slow vehicles, a bunch of RVs and a rock hauler. Oh, looks like a dump truck mixed in there as well. Seven miles until the exit. I forget how many lanes exit. But traffic should die down quite a bit whenever I get over there. And then the 70 eastbound, traffic shouldn't be too terribly bad. And then it just thins out the further east you go. And there's, if I remember correctly, there's a really big exit where almost all the traffic exits off 70. and you want to be over in the left lanes on the 70 because of those huge exits. Just a second here. This rock hauler is just going really slow up this tiny little hill. It's got us down to 50 miles an hour. I'm going so slow, I can't get over in the left lane to pass. There's just a never-ending line of cars passing me on the left. Come on, four-wheeler, why are you slowing down? Pay attention. A lot of traffic merging on from the right. 5.5 miles. Oh my goodness, all this traffic on the right is forcing their way in. This is an aggressive driver. All right, the rock hauler is going to have an opening to get back over in the right lane after it passes this vehicle. So hopefully it gets the hell out of our lane. There it goes. It just turned its signal on. So now our lane's cleared up. Yeah, just cut me off, going slower than me. What the hell is wrong with people? Now they're going to go back over to the other lane. Like, what is wrong with people? Like, oh my God. They just cut me off for no reason. Traffic is getting really congested, and people, as we're getting closer to the center of town, people are getting more and more aggressive. All right, this car is going really slow, and I have an opening, so we're taking it. My damn toll transponder keeps going off. I better not be getting charged for these fucking tolls. I'll have to remember to check my my toll account tonight. It can sometimes take time for it to hop on for me to get charged for it. So maybe I won't bother with checking it tonight. I'll check it over the weekend. And if I get charged for these damn express lanes, I'm going to lose my mind. All right, we're coming up on our left lane exit. This car that just whipped in front of me is going really slow. A second here. They're slowing down going up the hill. We were moving along at 65. Now we're doing 55 because this four-wheeler that had to get in front of me. And now the speed limit's 55.
Use the left 2 lanes to take exit 217B for I-270 east toward Airport Aurora.
I should have stayed in the other lane.
Use the left 2 lanes to take exit 217B.
It said the left 2 lanes were 270 exit, but there were actually 3 exit lanes.
In half a mile, merge onto I-270.
But we're going to stay in this lane because I'm pretty sure that that right lane ends in a minute. Nope, it's the opposite. This left lane is ending. Oh, come on, four-wheelers, what the hell? You're out here doing 45 miles an hour on the interstate. This person realized that lane ends. Uh-oh, we're coming to a stop. Great. Hopefully this is not an accident. $12 miles per hour. That SUV sees the space in front of me, and it's already turned its left turn signal on. It's like, I'm getting that space. They're going to notice the right lane's moving faster, and then they're going to be like, oh, I need to get back over there. It's like, these people drive like panicked animals. So yeah, once we eventually get onto Interstate 70, we want to get over in the left lanes because traffic will come to a complete stop over in the rightmost lanes. Like the 2 or 3 right lanes will stop because people, like, there's tons and tons of people exiting, and people will try to wait till the last second to get over, and they'll just come to a stop in the middle of the road so that they can get their exit. So we basically want to get over as far left as we can once we get on I-70. And there goes the SUV back over the right lane. 3 3/4 miles, so 4 miles until the junction of I-70 East. And is the SUV taking that exit? Nope. And this is some rough road. Yeah, Denver's infrastructure is just nowhere near where it needs to be. It's like the Dallas area. Dallas has tons of roads, but it's still not enough to support the population. And when they design infrastructure, it seems like they design it based off of current needs, not future needs. And then it takes like 10 years of planning and designing and implementation, 10, 15 years before they actually get it built. And by then, it's outdated. It doesn't meet the needs anymore. All right. We got an opening to get over in the right lane. This is the first opening I've had to get in the right lane, so we're going to do it. We're going to hop over in the right lane. Denver city limit elevation 5,280 feet. So we're back into Denver. Have we been in Denver yet? Or is this first time in Denver? We're in Denver. All right, now I'm regretting getting over in the right lane. This car is going slow. All right, we're getting on to I-70. All right, we're going to go around this car. They're just sitting there enjoying their something out Sunday strolling. Oh my goodness, that is a big bump. That'll knock the wind out of your lungs. All right, so we don't have to get over to the left lanes like immediately, but we want to work our way over to the left. You don't want to be over in the right lanes through here because I think it's at 225 south and 2.25 miles. That's one of the really big exits. See all these trucks getting over into those leftmost lanes? All right, here we go. Got an opening. The right lanes start disappearing. Come on, what in the hell? Why are these four-wheelers driving so damn slow? Damn, Shamrock Foods going out to the far left lane. That's a local driver. This cement hauler is a local driver. These are all local drivers. They know you need to be over in those far left lanes. All right, we're going to get over here in behind Shamrock. And this is pretty much where we want to be. Because those right lanes are going to start going exit only. And there's going to be a lot of people exiting. But traffic's not so bad right now, so it might not be completely stopped traffic at the exit. Traffic's pretty bad going the other direction. Yeah, see how almost all of the traffic's exiting right there onto the 225 south? I think there's one more popular exit that we're going to go past, and shortly after that we go down to 2 lanes. Aurora city limit. Population 5,471, that's it. All right, see how it's stopped? All right, we're going to go ahead and grab the far left lane because everybody's taking this upcoming exit, and there are people just stopping in the road to take their damn exit. This is what I'm talking about traffic will just stop for these exits. People are just stopping in the road so they can cut across like 2 or 3 lanes. Look at that car, just jumped across 2 lanes in the last second for that exit. All right, now we're going down to 2 lanes plus the express lane. Now we're losing the express lanes. We're going down to just 2 lanes. So that was the last major exit right there that we went past. And now we're basically out of town. I would like to get back over the right lane. Yeah, let's go ahead and dip over. Let the two four-wheelers behind me pass. Man, I do not like these new roads that they made around here. These things will just rock you to death. Four-wheelers, are you going to pass or not? One of them dipped in behind me, and the other one took forever to pass. Oh, wait.
There's a lane closure ahead.
We're coming to a stop. The left lane's closed up ahead. Still have people flying by in the left lane passing everybody. Special little snowflakes. Here comes a pickup just flying down the left lane. Now we're coming to a complete stop because of all of the people flying down the left lane, cutting into traffic. The right lane is having to come to a complete stop for them. All the little special snowflakes, the unique individuals that rules don't apply to them. They're more important than everybody else. If we didn't have everybody cutting down the left lane, this lane would actually be moving. All right. We have a semi truck flying down the left lane trying to pass everybody right now. Are you kidding me? This semi truck is just flying down through here. Now they're slamming on their brakes trying to cut into traffic. And somebody let them in. No, now they're going to sit there and block traffic. So this person just cut by a whole bunch of people. No, they're forcing their way over into the right lane. Oh my goodness, what an asshole. I thought they were trying to block people from coming down the left lane, but no, they were like running somebody off the road so that they could get into the right lane.
There are lane closures ahead.
Now there's trucks getting out in the left lane blocking people. Tons of fun. You got two seasons, winter and construction. They both suck. You know, if they could make roads that lasted more than like 2 years, we wouldn't have constant road construction. But hey, that wouldn't be good for the construction companies. All right, we're getting up to speed. We're up to 36 miles an hour now. We're flying. Speed limit is 60 through this construction, so I have no idea why this was moving at like 15 miles an hour. It only takes one person in single lane to cause a massive backup. Anytime they have single lane, they should have cops ticketing people for impeding traffic. But the construction workers and the cops seem to actually want you to go 5 miles an hour through construction zones, even though the speed limit's 60. We're just about through the construction. We're doing 38 miles an hour. Oh my goodness, this is a rough road. Oh, wow. That was a hell of a pothole at the other side of the bridge. I thought their brand new road was bad. Their old road is worse. All right, these four-wheelers, I'm boxed in by four-wheelers right now. I have this slow four-wheeler in front of me, and I have a slow four-wheeler on my left side. Speed limit 75, we're doing 65. And once we get around these vehicles, I'm going to check and see what my new ETA is. All right. 215 miles until Colby. Let's see what the total route is. 319 miles for the total route. So that at 60 miles an hour, that's 5 hours and 20 minutes approximately. So what time is it right now? It's 11:38. So that'll be noon plus 5 hours, 5 p.m. Plus an hour for our time zone change to Central, that's 6 p.m. Plus an hour and a half for a shower and fuel. So that'll be 7:30 p.m. So that means my 10-hour break should be up at 5:30 a.m. So I have 30 minutes to spare before my delivery appointment at 6 a.m. So we're running about 30 minutes ahead of schedule. So that was Denver. That's the Fort Collins and Denver area that we just drove through. And now it should basically be wide open country like this the rest of the drive. Just a second here. I'm having to focus on this work truck in front of me. They're not maintaining speed. Sometimes they're going the same speed, sometimes faster, sometimes slower. They're just yo-yoing in front of me. County wet. County something. County-wide diesel. I think that's the name of the company. County-wide diesel. All right, now they're slowing down again. This is annoying. All right, I'm just going to speed up. Speed limit 75. I'm just going to speed up to 75, get around this person because I'm having to focus on them because they're just yo-yoing back and forth in front of me, speeding up and slowing down. And they're getting at a dangerous distance in front of me. Oh, now they've sped up and they're almost speed matching me. They're making the pass difficult. I cannot stand people like this. All right, there's a pickup merging in front of them that's going to... Nope. They dipped in behind me. I thought they were going to slow down for the pickup, but they didn't. They just dipped in behind me. The person driving that county-wide diesel is an aggressive driver, so I'm going 72 right now, and let's see if they pass me or they get back in. They're getting back in behind me. I'm gonna keep doing 7. Like they're riding my ass. Like I had my cruise set at 70, and they were just yo-yoing in front of me and going slower than me. And now I'm doing 73, and they're riding my ass. And I had to speed up to 77 to pass them because they were speeding up as I was passing them. I can't stand people like that. I don't even know if the person's intentionally doing that. I think they're just not paying attention to their speedometer. They're obviously not using cruise control. And they're just driving based on their feels, which is what a lot of these four-wheelers out here do. If I can get a decent ways in front of that mechanic, maybe they'll go back to doing 68. But as long as they're close to me, they're going to try to catch me. That's just like human instinct. It's that mentality of you have to catch the car in front of you. That's just a human instinct. I don't know what survival trait that instinct comes from. We're competitive by nature. You know, that's part of our survival instincts, but I'm not sure exactly how that correlates to driving and having a need to be in front of other people. And this asshole just will not let up. I can't get away from them. They're just like, you know, while they were in front of me, they were just basically speed matching me, staying in front of me. Now that I'm in front of them, they're speed matching me, staying behind me. So I'm just going to let it drop back down to my cruise speed and see if they just keep speed matching me, hanging out behind me, or if they pass me. Four miles to Bennett, 61 miles to Lyman. There's a way station in Lyman. I know that because heading this direction on I-70, when I was in training, my very first week of training with USA Truck, I got pulled in for a random inspection. They inspected my ELD, my hours of service, and they did a basic walk-around inspection. They checked my fire extinguisher and triangles and lights, tires, mud flaps. I don't know what level it was. I can't remember. But I don't think they crawled underneath and started measuring brake pads or anything like that. And they were wanting to write me a ticket for my hours of service. They were like, see, you have a problem right here. You have that you logged into the sleeper berth in, I don't know where, like Memphis, Texas, and then you started driving in somewhere in Colorado, Lyman, Colorado, or Denver, Aurora, or something. And they said, so you moved the truck and you didn't log moving the truck. The truck somehow made it, 100 miles or something while you were in the sleeper. And he was wanting to ticket me for that. And I was like, well, no, I'm a team. I explained to him I'm in training and I have a trainer and we swap driving. We switch back and forth driving. So that was when my trainer was driving. I said, if you look at the trainer's logbook, you'll see that he was driving during that time. And he's like, well, I can't see your trainer's logbook. So he just kind of like had to take my word for it that I was a team driver. That doesn't sound right. He told me he didn't have access to look at he had no way of verifying that I was a team. Now the trainer was sitting in the passenger seat, so he believed me whenever we walked out to the truck and he saw a guy sitting in the passenger seat. then, he believed me. But I guess that's how you could get away with hours of service violations. Like if you're driving while you're logged in the sleeper or something like that, if DOT is not allowed to look at your team driver's hours of service logs, and how in the hell are they able to verify you're a team driver? You could just say that they're in the sleeper. All right, that diesel mechanic slowed way down, and now they're like a quarter of a mile behind me. Ugh. Bumpy, bumpy road. I don't think I'm going to record all the way to Lyman. I can't see how long I've been recording. Because it's just too bright in here. And the screen on the phone is too dim. And it's also too far away. And it's at an angle. But probably been recording for an hour and a half already. So I probably shouldn't record another hour just driving to Lyman. However, some people have replied when I was, talking about video length on my driving videos, how I didn't want them to be, too terribly long. There were people that replied and they were like, there are people that upload 12-hour driving videos every day. There are channels that's what they do, is they just record their entire drive shift and upload it every day. So apparently that's a genre within the YouTube trucker community. Driving videos is a genre. So maybe I can record. I don't know how long the camera will let me record. I think I've recorded right around 4 hours. 4 to 5 hours is the longest I've ever recorded. And I'm pretty sure I did not upload that. So, I don't know, maybe I'll record all the way to Colby. Yeah, let's do a test. Let's see if it'll record all the way to Colby. And so I'll record all the way to my fuel stop. Colby, Kansas, which is 196 miles away. 3 hours and 20 minutes. Well, if I'm able to stay at 70, it's be less than 3 hours. I should have a really good mile per hour average. I have the cruise set at 70, and we'll probably make really good time on it. And I'm going to go straight to the Menards when I get there. Oh. I checked the reviews, and there were a couple of truck drivers that wrote reviews on the place. They were like, these people are super nice, and they unload you really fast, and you can park your truck here overnight. So I'm going to park overnight in their parking lot. You know what I could potentially try to do? I could drive straight there. Let me think about this. Let's think about this. How fast could I possibly get there? Could I get there before 5 p.m. today? They might be able to unload me today. Let's think about it. See, it's 11:55, so we'll say noon. And I'm 300 miles away. That's 5 hours. Yeah, I just don't think that's possible. Even if I skipped my fuel stop and drove straight there, I would maybe make it in there right at 5 p.m. And I don't know what their shipping and receiving hours are.
There's an object on road ahead.
There is an object on road ahead, according to Google. I think I see some pieces of tire up there right around the spot where that vehicle's driving through right now. Yeah, we're coming up on it right now. Yeah, I see a little piece of tire on the shoulder, and you see little tiny pieces scattered all over the roadway. This is a nice new road. It's not lumpy and bumpy like the new road in the Denver area. Yeah, I think I'm just going to continue on with my normal schedule, and I should arrive to Menards at about 6, 7 p.m. I think they're open until like 10 p.m. What I might do is walk around into their receiving area when I get there. Oh, my goodness. That was a hell of a bump on the bridge. All right, there's a truck coming up the on-ramp. And it's like these people time this. I have two cars coming up in the left lane on me that are going to get right alongside me about the time I get alongside that truck. Car number one is alongside me right now. The truck's getting up to speed pretty quick. Car number two is alongside me now. Must be empty. Yeah, I'll check in with them when I get there, and if they're able to receive past 5 p.m., then I'll see if they'll go ahead and take the order then. If they will, then I will go ahead and continue driving, because I should still have like 3 hours of drive time after I get to Garden City. So I'll go ahead and drive almost all the way to Salina and then take my 10-hour break. But right now, I just don't know anything about Lowe's, Home Depot, and Menards, what their shipping and receiving department is like, their delivery hours and things like that. I've delivered to a couple of Home Depots, but I'm not familiar with Home Depot. So as I'm making deliveries, I'll be learning more and more about their hours of operation and how they work and stuff like that. And doing this load right here with all these stops on it has made me think about when I used to be an LTL driver and I did local stuff. One of the really senior, because everything at the LTL company I worked at, it was Conway Western Express, which is now XPO Logistics. I don't know if they merged or got bought out, or I don't know how they became XPO Logistics or were acquired by XPO Logistics, but that's who they are now. And I've heard that they basically still run the exact same way that they used to, where they don't hire dock workers. They, like, whenever you apply to work there, you just apply as a driver. You don't apply as a line haul driver or a local driver or a dock worker. You just apply as a driver. And you work what they need you to work. Everything's seniority based. So when you first start out, you're just mainly covering for people who are out on vacation or are sick. You know, people who call in for work. That's what I did when I first started. Was I was doing something different every single day. And some of the things were good and some of the things were horrible. Like one of the days I covered for one of the really senior people that had like the best local pickup and delivery schedule. It was basically just an industrial park. So there was just this industrial park area, and he just went around picking up packages, or not packages. We did mainly pallets of stuff. He would just drive around. He had a routine where he'd just go to all these businesses and pick up stuff and deliver stuff. It was really casual and laid back. It was like this really nice industrial park, had nice wide roads. There was almost no traffic. You just felt like you were by yourself out there. And the worst local stuff was just doing pickups and deliveries for random people. Not regular customers. Like, we had like regular customers where we did like dedicated routes on local pickup and delivery. And then we had local pickup and delivery that was just random people. Businesses that we rarely did business with or have never done business with. Sometimes residentials. I remember, oh man, my goodness, I remember one of the worst deliveries I did local. Actually, I'm remembering two of the worst deliveries I did local. One of them was to some business that was off some main street in Reno. And I pulled into the back of their business, and they were like, we would like you to, I showed up there with a, we had one, like, I don't know, box truck that had a lift gate on it. A small box truck that had a lift gate on it. So I showed up there with a lift gate to the back of their business. And I forgot what I was delivering, but it was some large items. It wasn't like a pallet or just a couple of boxes. It was some kind of large items. And she wanted me to bring them in the front door off the street, off the main street. And I was like, okay, so we have two issues with that. Number one, you paid for a lift gate, but you didn't pay for us to like deliver it inside the business. I just deliver it to the outside. So I'm just like dropping it here in the parking lot. You can do with it what you want. So that's something else that you'd need to pay extra for me to take it inside. And then something else you need to pay extra for is for me to deliver off the street, and I'm not even sure if I can legally do that. So I asked if they were willing to pay for the, I said I can get in touch with my dispatch and they can contact you about, paying extra to have it delivered inside and talk with you about me delivering it around front if you want, but there will be extra charges associated with that. And she went back and forth thinking about it, wasting my time. And I can't remember what the outcome was, if she ended up talking with them and it was too expensive, or I remember that I did not take them inside and I did not deliver them to the front door. I unloaded them at the back of the building like I originally planned on doing. And another pain in the butt delivery I had was delivering solar panels to a residential. It was like it was in that damn liftgate truck again, that box truck with the liftgate. No, wait, was it? No, I did not have a liftgate. Yeah, I did. Actually, I think it was that box truck with the liftgate. I can't remember. But yeah, it was a two-person job, and they sent me out there by myself to unload solar panels out of the truck. These were pretty decent-sized solar panels. I think they were like 3 feet by 5 feet solar panels, something like that. And I had to unload all those in this guy's driveway. And he was really excited, talking about how he got some kind of rebate and how he was going to get paid for the extra electricity that his house created and stuff like that. Really excited. This was 20 years ago. This was like back in, I don't know, 2004, if I had to guess. Solar is a lot more common now. It was not common back then. And something that I commonly ran into with people was that they had this expectation that I was going to deliver the stuff inside their home or inside their business. I remember delivering to some kind of building downtown that was like a 15-story building, 10 to 15-story building. Just a second, there's somebody on the shoulder. There's a car alongside me. They're unloading a bunch of stuff, probably trying to get to their spare tire. So anyway, yeah, this is really common. Like, I remember that like 10-story building I delivered to in Reno. And some guy wanted me to take the stuff up an elevator and deliver it into his office on like the 7th floor or something like that. And he wanted me to put it in a specific place in his office. And I was like, yeah, you didn't pay for that. I said, I deliver it within 10 feet of the back of the truck. And this is as close as I can get the truck to the building. I had to unload it in the parking lot. They didn't have like a dock or anything like that. So I just had to unload in the parking lot. I said, 10 feet from the back of the truck is the middle of the parking lot right here, like right in the roadway. Now, I'll do you a favor, and I'll put it over there on the sidewalk that's like 80 feet away, but I'm not taking it any further than that. And he got mad. I was like, well, you can call and ask them if you can pay to have me deliver it up there. So that's what it was like dealing with random customers. So that was like one of the worst things that you could do at that terminal, was do the local pickup and delivery for random customers. Our, regular customers, oh my goodness, they were so easy to work with. They knew like how things worked. And like, we would just show up and at places, and we would use their forklifts to load the trailer or unload the trailer. Like, we used customer equipment to load and unload. And Most of our regular customers were just super easy to deal with because we went to the same places every day. I used tons of different types of forklifts while I was doing local pickup and delivery. But some of the customers sucked. Even some of our regular customers sucked. I remember there was some place that we picked up pharmaceuticals. Oh my goodness, they were a pain to deal with. They wanted everything piece count because they were really expensive, like bottles of some. I can't even remember what type of pharmaceuticals they were, and they were mixed. It wasn't all the same thing. It was just tons of different types of pharmaceuticals. And normally, there's a couple of different ways that you can do like a count. You can do it like per pallet. You just say, okay, this is one pallet. That's the item we're delivering is the pallet, one pallet. Or you can count every single item on the pallet and do a piece count that way. And a lot of our customers, we just did like counts of one pallet. And they would have a pallet with shrink wrap stuff on it. But this particular customer wanted it piece counted, every single item. So you just show up there and it would be an entire trailer load, which was like, I don't know, I can't remember how many pallets you could fit inside a 28-foot trailer. I want to say it was like 14, 15 pallets. You'd show up there to pick up like 15 pallets, and they would all just be sitting there without shrink wrap on them. And they expected you to verify the piece count, to go in there and piece count every damn one of them. And then you would have to shrink wrap it, 100% shrink wrap with black shrink wrap so that people couldn't see what was behind the shrink wrap. And you would have to completely shrink wrap it. Not just shrink wrap it to the point where it would stay on the pallet. You had to shrink wrap it to where nobody could pull anything off the pallet and nobody could see what was on the pallet. And I didn't piece count any of it because it was impossible without breaking the pallet down. And it would have taken me, it took them like a couple of days to piece count it. And then they would expect me to come in there and piece count it within like an hour when I loaded it. So I would act like I was piece counting it and then just shrink wrap it up. And there were like 8 people that would watch me while I was doing it. They would all just sit at their desks watching me. And I remember like the first time I was there, somebody walked over to me and they were like, you don't really need to count it. All of us have already counted it and verified the count like 5 times before you got here. The count's accurate. And so there were some people that didn't want me to count it. They just want me to hurry up and shrink wrap it and leave. And then there were other people that if I didn't count it, if it didn't look like I was counting it, then they would call and complain that I didn't count it. So it was annoying. It was one of the worst pickups. Nobody liked doing that pickup. It was a lot of work. And, you know, you're dealing with like little boxes that are like, I don't know, maybe 4 inches tall and 2 or 3 inches wide. And an entire pallet that's like 4 feet tall full of those tiny little boxes, full of like bottles of pharmaceuticals. And they're not all the same size because it's different stuff. And they're like, and one of the guys walked over. So I had the guy that walked over and told me I didn't need to count it. Another time I had a guy that came over and told me it's really easy to count this stuff. You just count down the side, and you know how you count a square. If you count like one side, if you count two sides of a square, you multiply them together and you get the total number of squares inside a square area. That's how you count. That's how you do like square footage or something. So he was telling me to use that same principle to count these things. I'm like, you can't do that. Like, these are all different sizes, and there could be empty spaces inside there. The only way to count this is to break everything down and restack the entire pallet, because there could be empty spaces inside there. And if I just count what's on the outside that I can see, then I'm just assuming that there are no empty spaces inside there. And if I'm going to make that assumption, then why bother counting it at all? I can just assume that your count's correct. And he just stormed off. So, just leave me alone. But yeah, they would just sit around and watch me. And if I did anything that they didn't like, they would come over and critique me. And they would whisper to me so that their other people around there couldn't hear them. Each one of them wanted me to do something different. So imagine just having 8 people that have 8 different ideas of what you should be doing, and they'll just randomly walk over and whisper critiques at you because you're not doing what they want you to do. That's what it was. It was the most annoying pickup. I did it like 3 or 4 times. And I got to the point where I started refusing to go there. I was like, I don't want to deal with that crap. I'm not going to count that. I'm not going to deal with them. It's just a pain in the butt. I'm not doing it. They were like, well, if that's what we need done, then that's what you have to do. Luckily, we hired in a bunch of people shortly after that, and I moved up on the seniority list where I didn't have to do that crap anymore. So yeah, some local pickup and delivery was awesome, and some sucked. It's just like line haul runs. Some line haul runs were awesome, and some sucked. And sometimes working the dock was awesome, and sometimes it sucked. Like, working the dock was amazing if you were dealing with, nice. What kind of word am I looking for? Like uniform pallets. But loading and unloading trailers doing dock work was horrible if you were dealing with like odd items. Like, one of the accounts we had were these really long, flimsy pieces of metal. And that was a nightmare to load and unload. So if you had trailers where you're doing a whole lot of hand loading and hand unloading, dock work sucked. But if you were just working with like uniform pallets, dock work was awesome. If you just basically never had to get off the forklift, the dock work was awesome. And when the drivers would come in to do dock work, like you had people that were assigned to do dock work for the day, and then as people completed their like drive shifts, line haul drivers or local pickup and delivery drivers, they would have to go help on the dock. And people would hurry up and get out onto the dock so that they could get a forklift. If you were one of the last people onto the dock, then you had to use a pallet jack, which is really hard work. Loading and unloading stuff with a pallet jack. That's hard work. It should be pretty much the same scenery we're looking at right now for the next 3 hours. Those surfboards or kayaks on the car that U-Haul. Oh my goodness, this is a rough road. That U-Haul is towing. One of them looks like a kayak. The other one also looks like a weird kayak. One of them actually looks like it might be a canoe. The other one looks like some kind of hybrid kayak surfboard thing. Ugh. Lumpy bumpy. Excuse me. Sorry. Throat just got dry all of a sudden. Let me grab a soda. Maybe that'll help. Let's see what we get. Man, I have been so lucky. I've been grabbing all the good ones. I'm due for a lemon lime. Nope, I got a grape. Oh my goodness. Where are all the lemon limes? Like, I haven't pulled a lemon lime in like 3 days. So I think I'm going to look in there and it's just going to be nothing but lemon limes. And that's not good. I don't want to drink nothing but lemon limes for 2 or 3 days. I've still got 2 or 3 cases of soda. I can't remember. 2 or 3 cases, aside from the ones that I have in the... I probably have a 12-pack left in the cooler. And then I have 2 to 3 cases of soda unopened. I don't think I'm going to have an opportunity to do anything in Oklahoma City while I'm there. Oh my goodness, man. Learn to like make a bridge. Damn. Every time I go across one of these bridges, just about dislocates some bones. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything in Oklahoma City while I'm there, because I think the way it's scheduled is that right before I go to Oklahoma City, I start in Enid, Oklahoma. Now I go from Enid to Stillwater, and then to Oklahoma City, and I do a whole bunch of deliveries in Oklahoma City, and then I think I start my next day in Lawton, Oklahoma. So my Oklahoma City deliveries start in Enid and end in Lawton. So I don't think I'm going to have time to swing by the house and do anything while I'm in Oklahoma City. Because everything's on such a really, really tight schedule, that's why I was hoping I would be able to do some of the deliveries on the weekend. So I could get ahead of the schedule and make the schedule not quite as bad. But that doesn't seem to be an option. If I would have been able to do the original schedule, if this load would have been ready on time, then I probably would have had the weekend off in Oklahoma City. Because my first day deliveries would have been Wednesday. That would have been Garden City, Salina, and Manhattan. And then day 2 would have been Topeka, Kansas City, Wichita, all the way down to Ponca City, Oklahoma. And then day 3 would have been Oklahoma City. Would have been Enid, Stillwater, and then Oklahoma City. And then Monday would have been in Lawton, Oklahoma. So yeah, I would have had the weekend off in Oklahoma City if this load would have been ready on time. I would have been able to go do laundry and restock the truck with food. But because it was delayed by 2 days, that's not happening anymore. Now I'm going to be spending the weekend in Topeka, Kansas. I need to look through the paperwork tonight and see if they gave me copies of the manifests. because normally the customer keeps the manifest, but they told me that I have to send the manifest back to them. That doesn't make any damn sense. Not only do I have to send the manifest back, the agent told me that I have to scan a copy of the manifest and send it to the sorry, I was watching the truck passing me. Send it to upload it through TransFlow. I have to do a copy of the bill of lading and a copy of the manifest. I have to TransFlow it, so scan it or take a picture of it. And I also have to mail a copy of the bill of lading and the manifest back to the shipper. And I might show you, oh, we're already in Lyman. I might show you, I just got the pop-up of an inspection site in 2 miles. The huge packets of paperwork that I have. I have 2 folders, 2 like clear folders. One has all the bill of ladings, the other one has all the manifests. I would guess that I have somewhere between 100 and 200 pieces of paper with this load. And I'm going to have to scan and mail all of those. It is a pain in the butt to take a picture with your camera to upload through TransFlow. It usually takes like 3 or 4 pictures before I get one that's not blurry. So I'm sitting there trying to hold the camera perfectly still at just the, oh my goodness, beat you to death. All right, so the thing told me to pull in unless closed. So if they're open, I'm going to have to go into the weigh station. Oh my goodness, man. This is some rough road. Closed. Road was so rough, my ABS stopped working. It's working again, but I got my ABS light came on. I'm just going to wait until I get home. Oh, the weigh station on the other side is open. Jesus, man, what is with this lumpy, bumpy, beat you to death road? They just don't know how to make flat roads in Colorado. So what I'm planning on doing is after I deliver the load, it's about a 3 to 4 hour drive to the house, I think. I don't know. I don't know what the exact mileage of it is. It might be a 2 to 3 hour drive. All right, we got a car and a truck, flatbed hauling some equipment, getting on the on-ramp. There's a pickup catching up with me pretty fast. That's about 500 feet behind me. I'm going to go ahead. Jesus, man. This road just beats you to death. God. It looks like a brand new road, and most of it is, but geez, man, these bridges, this one looks smooth. Oh, the backside, the front side of it was good. Front side of it was perfect. The back side of it had a nice little bump to it. So the truck that just got on that on-ramp is exiting right there. And the pickup is not behind me anymore. So I'm guessing that it exited there as well. But yeah, I've got 100 to 200 pages. Man, if I had to take pictures of every one of those, that would take forever. I'd be in here for a couple of hours taking pictures of all that crap. I don't even know if TransFlow will let you upload that much. I think the most documents I've ever transflowed was like maybe 15 or 20. Some of the agents are like, I just need the one page, the front page of the bill of lading. That's all I need. And some of them are like, I need every single page of the bill of lading, even all of the contract term pages and all the rest of that stuff. You have to give us every single page. And so I just send every single page of the bill of lading every time I do it. I know there are some drivers out there that just like send the first page of the bill of lading, or whichever page was signed. They'll only scan in that one page. And I've heard of drivers that do that. They have payment issues. So I just scan in every page. And TransFlow is janky. So what I plan on doing, since I have so many things to scan in, is I have a scanner at my house. I'm just going to scan everything in at home and then upload it instead of taking pictures with my phone camera. So once I get home, I'll get everything uploaded. I don't know if there are more Conestogas on the road or if I'm just noticing them. But I've been seeing a lot of Conestogas. I mean, that's the way to go for flatbed. Tarping, I've never tarped. When I was a little kid, my uncle was a flatbed driver and I would go to work with him all the time. And I would help him with strapping and chaining. But I was only like 13 years old, 13, 14, 15. So, I wasn't doing very much of the work. Just a second here. I'm catching up with this truck in front of me, and I've got a truck behind me that is hauling butts. Catching up with me pretty quick. But, yeah, I have picked up a tarp before, and those tarps for flatbeds are really heavy. And the chains are really heavy. And you have to use lots of straps, lots of chains. And then tightening all that stuff down is quite a lot of work. I mean, flatbed is a lot of manual labor. So if I were doing flatbed, a Conestoga sounds awesome. I mean, you still have to secure this stuff with straps and chains and all that, but you don't have to tarp. I wonder, like, how cost effective Conestogas are. I wonder how long that outer shell, that tarp material lasts. Like, is it going to last the life of the trailer? Or is it something that's going to have to be replaced every couple of years? If that has to be replaced every couple of years, then Conestogas are probably not worth it. Because I bet it's really expensive to replace that outer shell. And the Conestoga sped up. I sped up to 75 to get around the Conestoga faster. And they sped up with me. They're riding my ass right now. I think they're getting a run at this hill. Dollar General. That is a terrible account. That's something you hear people asking about all the time. New people getting into trucking, and they're offered the Dollar General account, and they're asking people, should I take the Dollar General account? This trucking job is offering me a Dollar General account, and I've read that it's really bad. How bad is it? Go read all the comments. I think I've only delivered to a Dollar General once or twice. And it was like 20 years ago. Just a second here. There's a four-wheeler flying up on me. I was speeding up to pass this Dollar General, and then this four-wheeler came flying up really fast. Oh, now you're going to slow down now that you got me boxed in? They were trying to get up alongside me because they could see I was about to get in the left lane. So they floored it to get up here before I got out in the left lane. Don't you just love people, how aggressive they are? The special little snowflakes that don't really care about anybody but themselves. But my experience with Dollar General was I did a lot of driver unloads when I was with Swift. It's one of the reasons that I quit Swift. I only worked there for like 6 months. And I was on a 1-year contract because they paid for my CDL school. So I ended up having to pay them like a couple $100s a month after I left to pay them back for the CDL school. But generally, what I got paid to unload a trailer was $80, which was not anywhere remotely close to enough money. $80 to unload a trailer. Not worth it. Now, this was as a company driver, but $80 was nowhere near worth. What I remember about the Dollar General account is it paid $200 to unload the trailer. It was floor loaded. The Dollar Generals don't have docks. Well, I don't know if they do now, but back then they did not have docks. So nothing was palletized. Everything was just sitting on the floor. So, and Colorado has got some beat you to death roads. The Dollar General truck behind me is getting in the left lane because the right lane is so rough. But so it paid really well for driver unload, but you earned it. It was all floor loaded, hand unload an entire trailer. Just imagine hand unloading an entire trailer. That is hard work. That's a couple of hours of non-stop work. So they had these rollers that they would roll up into the trailer, and you would roll the stuff down the rollers, and it was a multi-person job. And I remember delivering to a Dollar General in Reno. It was the very first time it might be the only time I ever delivered to a Dollar General. And I backed up to their door, and they put the rollers in there. And they were like, "You don't need to help." Because I was crawling into the back of the trailer. They're like, "We got this. You don't need to help." And I was like, "Well, they paid me to help." I said, "They paid me $200 to help unload it." And they're like, "No, that's fine. We got this." I was like, "Are you sure?" They're like, "Yeah, man. It's cool. We got this." I'm like, "All right." So I went and sat in my truck while they unloaded it and got paid $200 for doing nothing. I don't suspect that every Dollar General is like that. And it was a pain in the butt to get in and out of the Dollar General, because basically there was like a door on the side or the back of the building that I backed up to. So I was basically in the parking lot. I just backed up to a door in the parking lot. So it can be a nightmare to get in and out of Dollar Generals, just depending on where the cars are parked at. Like, it may be impossible to get backed up to the door if the parking lot's completely full. I just remembered something back in those days. I was when I was on the Kmart dedicated account with Swift, which was all driver unloads, hand unloads. Most Kmarts don't have, or didn't. I don't know what they are now, but back then, most Kmarts did not have docks, so everything was hand unload. You just pull up to a door, and just like Dollar General, they put rollers in the trailer, and you'd hand unload the whole trailer. I was on a dedicated account doing that for a month or so, and that's when I quit. Was while I was on the Kmart account. I was like, I'm done with this crap. The Kmart account was the last straw. Basically, when I was driving with Swift, they screwed me over really bad, and I was making almost no money. Because since I was based out of Reno, Nevada, they were just giving me like little 100, 150 mile runs that took 1 to 2 days. So I was basically I would pick a load up out of Reno, take it to like Sacramento, and it wouldn't deliver till the next day. So that's 2 days for like a 150 mile load. And then I would sit around all day long after I delivered the load, and they wouldn't give me a new load until like 5 p.m. And I would have to drive all the way to Oakland to pick up a load that was coming back to Reno. So it'd be like, a 200 or 300 mile load. And it wouldn't deliver for like 2 days. I was getting less than 1,000 miles a week on average, and I was making 25 cents a mile. I was making like $250 a week at Swift. I was making more money at Swift when I was in training. I think they paid $350 or $400 a week. I think it was $350 a week in training. I was making more money in training than I was whenever I got out of training. And I threatened to quit. I talked to them several times, telling them, I need more miles. I need more miles. I need more miles. And I finally got to the point where I said, get me back to the house, and I'm turning in the keys. I actually walked in there to turn in the keys, and they were like, oh, we'll get you more miles. We'll get you more miles. And, they did that thing. Just do this load for us, and we'll get you more miles on the next load. That was always what they do. There was always this future load that they were going to hook me up with. And it finally got to the point where I told them they were going to give me another short little 100-mile load. I think I made a delivery to Redding, California. And they were going to give me another little 100-mile load that didn't pick up for 2 days. And I said, all right, I'm done. I'm going to deadhead to the house and turn the keys in. And I hung up on them, and they called me back 5 minutes later, and they were like, you're joking, aren't you? You're not really deadheading here, are you? And I was like, no, I'm not joking. I am seriously deadheading. And I'm going to turn the keys in when I get there. I'm done. And I hung up on them again. And they called me back. And they told me that they had a 3,200-mile load for me to try to get me to not quit. It's picking up somewhere in Northern California. It was computers going to New Jersey. And they said, normally we don't give solo drivers these loads. Normally this is a team-only load. But they gave me that load. I drove all the way over to New Jersey. And then when I got to New Jersey, I was in a different dispatch region. So I was no longer being dispatched by the Reno terminal or even the Western dispatch people. I was being dispatched by the people in the Northeast. And back then at Swift, you signed up to be either a West driver or an East driver. And the East drivers made 2 cents a mile more than the West drivers because the mileage between places was shorter. But they got me over there in New Jersey, and those East dispatchers would not give me a load back West. They were so desperate for trucks that they just abused me over there for a month, doing little 100-mile loads around Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, that area. Just mainly around the Pennsylvania area, doing little 100-mile loads around Pennsylvania for a month. And again, I told them I need to get back West. I'm not an East driver. I need to get back West. And I kept telling them over and over and over again. And finally, after a month, I said, okay, I'm deadheading home. And they thought that I was bluffing. And then they called me after 2 hours after I've been driving for 1 to 2 hours, they called me. And they said, we show on the Qualcomm that you're, at this location. Where are you going? You don't have a load on you. I said, I'm going to Reno. I'm going home. I'm quitting. I'm turning in the truck. I told you this. Don't act stupid. And they said, you can't do that. And I hung up on them. So then they called me back and they said that, okay, we found a load that's picking up here and it's delivering in Reno. Would you be willing to take that instead of deadheading to Reno? And I said, yes. So I went and picked the load up. And I don't remember where I picked the load up at, but I remember I drove through Denver on my way to Reno. And I stopped at the Swift terminal in Denver to fuel up and take a 10-hour break. And to also get oil put in the truck because my truck had an oil leak. And the shop wouldn't give me jugs of oil for the oil leak, so I just had to keep stopping at terminals to have them put oil in the truck. Otherwise, I'd have to buy oil out of my own pocket and submit for reimbursements. And then, the shop was afraid that I was going to steal oil, so they wouldn't give me like a jug of oil. It's like, are you kidding me? Do people seriously do that? I'm like, well, I guess you pay less than minimum wage. $10 for oil is a lot of money to drivers out here that you're paying less than minimum wage. All right, let's speed up to 75 and get around this RV before we get jammed in behind them. But within a few minutes of getting there, I fueled up, I parked, I went inside to take a shower. And I walked, I forget what was going on. I forgot how they contacted me. I don't know if they called me or if they said, hey, are you truck so-and-so? But they just basically took the load from me. There was a team, a husband and wife team, that needed to get home for some reason. A relative died or something, and they needed to get to Reno. So they took the load from me and gave it to them. And I apologize for the language, but I lost my fucking mind. I flipped out. I yelled and screamed at that dispatcher in the office. I said, I was cussing like crazy, telling them how I've been stuck over in Pennsylvania for a month and I'm quitting this piece of shit company and I'm just trying to get home so I can quit. And I've been trying to get that load for a month and you just took it for, oh man, I was just livid. And they didn't give the load back to me. And I called the Reno dispatch and I told them what happened. I said, I'm deadheading to Reno. I'm deadheading the rest of the way. And they said, just give us, a little bit of time to find you a load. And I said, are you kidding me? They just had to steal a load from me to give to somebody to get to Reno. Do you think they have other loads around here to go to Reno? If they just took one from me to get somebody to Reno? Like, turn your brain on, man. I was really mad. And what I ended up doing, I told them I would give them a day or two to find me a load. So while I was waiting, I put the truck in the shop and told them I needed oil. And the mechanics were being assholes because I was asking them if they'd give me a jug of oil because I have this oil leak. And they accused me of trying to just steal oil. They thought that I was just trying to get a jug of oil so I could sell it. And I got into an argument with them. And I told them to, then fix the leak. If you don't want to give me a jug of oil, then fix the damn leak. I'm getting tired of having to stop every day and put oil in this truck. I have to constantly stop at terminals to get oil to put in this truck, and I'm tired of it. It's a huge waste of my time. And they got in there and looked, and they said that they couldn't fix the leak. It would have to go to a dealer to get fixed. And they asked me, they said, do you want to put it in the shop at the dealer? And I said, it depends. Am I going to get paid for sitting in the shop? And they're like, you should. You'd have to call your dispatcher to find out. And I called dispatch and I told them, and they're like, yeah, you'll get paid detention pay or layover pay or whatever. I forget what it was, like 50, 80 bucks a day, something like that. And I ended up setting, I went and I put it in the shop, and I ended up setting, they put me in a hotel. I ended up setting in that hotel for like 2 weeks while the dealer worked on that oil leak. And then I had to fight with Swift to pay me for the detention pay. And Swift tried to even charge me for the hotel room. Like, it was a nightmare. Like, it was, oh my goodness, one of the worst jobs I've ever had in my life. So I get back to Reno, and I walk in there. I've already cleaned out the truck. I walk in there and hand them my keys. And they're like, you're serious? You're really quitting? I'm like, after all of that, do you think I'm bluffing? And they were, and the guy was like, what if I put you on a dedicated account? And I said, I'm listening. And he said, we don't normally offer anyone a dedicated account until they've been with the company for an absolute minimum of 6 years. And it usually takes a year or more with the company before anybody gets a dedicated account. He said, this is one of our best accounts. One of our highest paying accounts is the Kmart account. All of our tenured people are on this account. The lowest person we have on this account's been with the company for like 5 years. But I'll give you a position on the Kmart account if you'll stay. And I asked him, tell me more about the Kmart account. He said it's weekends off. You haul loads out of the Kmart distribution center here in Reno, and you don't go more than like a day away. You typically deliver into Northern California, and then we find you a load back over to Reno. And you get weekends off. He said occasionally you won't get weekends off, or you'll only get one day off on the weekend, but you should normally get weekends off. I did that account for 1 month and quit. And it was the same thing. They were just screwing me over, having me set for like an extra day on a load. So I was making next to nothing on the Kmart load. I was getting paid 80 bucks to unload the trailer, and that was all of my money was coming from unloads. I was doing like 3 unloads a week. 2 to 3 unloads a week. So I was getting like $160 to $240 a week in unload pay. And then I was getting maybe 700 miles a week in 700, 500 to 1,000 miles a week. Well, more like 700 to 1,000 miles a week in mileage pay at 25 cents a mile. But I would start Sunday night, so it wasn't actually weekends off. So they would schedule me a delivery appointment at like 4 a.m. Monday morning somewhere in California. So I would have to go pick up the load Sunday evening, drive to California Sunday night. And then I would deliver to a Kmart at 4 a.m. And then I would sit there all day long. And then they would give me a load at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I'd have to go drive and pick that load up, drive overnight to Reno, just a second here, I'm watching this truck. It slowed down once it made it past me, and it's going almost the same speed as me and coming in way too close. So it's like a 150 mile to 200 mile trip from Reno to like somewhere in California around the Sacramento area. So Monday I'm getting like 150 to 200 miles. And then I'm taking a load back over to Reno Tuesday. And a lot of times the loads weren't even picking up that evening. They weren't picking up till the following morning. So I picked that load up, Tuesday morning, drive it back over to Reno. And it doesn't deliver till like the following day. I was really quick to get loads out of the Kmart distribution center, but I waited around a long time to get loads coming back to Reno. It was really difficult for them to get me back to Reno. But I could very quickly, once I delivered in Reno, I could very quickly grab a Kmart load going back into California. But I was making next to nothing and doing constant driver unloads, which is really, really hard work. Yeah, really hard work and nothing to show for it. Man, I was like, I didn't have money to buy food. I was living on hot dogs without buns, just hot dogs. Not hot dog with a bun and mustard and some onions and cheese and stuff like that, just hot dogs. I had packages of hot dogs that I would buy, and I would just eat cold hot dogs and cereal. That's basically what I lived off of, was hot dogs and cereal while I was with Swift. But yeah, what the final straw for me was I never had a weekend off the entire time I was on that Kmart account. I was told it was weekends off. What they would do to me is every Friday I would make a delivery to a Kmart at like 4 a.m. on Friday, and then they would have me drive to Oakland to pick up a load of paper that was delivering to somewhere in the Reno, Carson City area Saturday afternoon. They would have me sit there all day Friday, and then like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they give me a load to pick up at 7 p.m. in Oakland. So I'd have to drive across the Sacramento, Oakland area during rush hour, pick up this load of paper, drive to Reno, wait until Saturday afternoon to deliver the load, and then I would have to leave Sunday afternoon to go pick up the next load. So at most, all I could really do was like go to my house and take a 10-hour break. That was about it. And I kept telling him, like, I'm supposed to have weekends off, and I haven't had any time off for the last month. It might have been longer than a month. I can't remember exactly how long it was. I said, if you're not going to give me weekends off, then you need to start treating me like an over-the-road driver and giving me time off every month. And he made some excuse, and we'll get you, we'll hook you up at some future event. That's what they always did. Every time I talked to them, they're like, we'll hook you up, do us this favor, and then we'll hook you up later. That was what they always did. Let's kick this can down the road, and some magic way will hook you up in the future. And eventually I just got tired of it. And on Friday, I delivered to a Kmart that was really close to Reno. Actually, no. I think the very last Kmart I delivered to, actually, no, I can't remember. It was somewhere in the Sacramento area. I delivered to a Kmart somewhere around Sacramento, and I was really close to the house. I was only like 120 miles from Reno. And I told him, first thing in the morning, I said, if you guys can't find a load for me this morning, then I would like to just deadhead home. I'm only 120 miles from the house. And he's like, all right, let me find you a load. Let me see what I can do. And I sat there all day long, waiting on them to dispatch me a load. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they dispatched me a paper load in Oakland. And if you're not familiar with where Oakland is at from Sacramento, it's like 100 miles west of Sacramento. It's like I could drive 100 miles and be home, but they want me to drive 100 miles in the opposite direction to pick up a load of paper to take to like Carson City that delivers Saturday afternoon. The same crap they've been doing to me every week. And I rejected the load on the Qualcomm. And I told them that I'm deadheading to the house. And I'm turning the keys in on Monday. And I did. I deadheaded to the house. And I cleaned out the truck. Monday, before I went to Swift, I went over to Conway. And I turned in an application to Conway. And Conway hired me on the spot. And I walked in there, and this is like the third time that I've thrown my keys on this asshole's desk. So I walk into the office at Swift, throw my keys onto this guy's desk, and he thinks I'm bluffing again. And he looks at me and he goes, you can't be doing that. You can't just deadhead here whenever you want to and reject loads whenever you want to. Don't do that anymore. And I'm like, well, I won't be doing that anymore. I'm turning in the truck. He's like, I'll get you home on the weekends. I was like, we're done. We're past that. We're way past that. Like, I don't believe you anymore. You've lied to me too many times. We're done. I'm turning in the truck. And he starts trying to talk me in, like offering me some new future thing in the, do us this favor now and we'll hook you up at some point in the future. He starts trying to talk me into staying. And I said, I've already got another job. And then his demeanor completely changed. And he said, where? I said, Conway. I said, I went over there and applied this morning. They hired me on the spot. I start today. So I need to hurry up and get this done, because as soon as I get done here, I'm going to go start my new job. And And oh my goodness, he just became like super asshole. He said, "Well, I've got stuff to do. I can't uh, inspect your truck right now." So he sat there and he made me sit in the office waiting on him, telling me he had important stuff to do and he couldn't go inspect my truck right now. He made me sit in the office for an hour while he just sat there and talked with one of his coworkers, pretending like he was doing work. He was telling me that he had something busy to do, couldn't inspect the truck, but he just sat there. I was sitting like 10 feet away from him in a small office, and he's just sitting there BSing with one of his coworkers, just being an ass. And I sat there for an hour, and he said, "Okay, let's go look at it." And he huffed and puffed and stomped his way out to my truck. He opened up the door and just like glanced inside of it and saw that it was clean. And he just closed the door and walked back in and signed off on the paperwork and gave it to me. Gave me the signed off paperwork that I turned in the truck, and there were no issues with it. And then I went over and started working at Conway. Same day. That was my adventure with Swift. One of the worst companies I've ever worked for. It's getting toasty in here. I only had the air conditioner at level 2. And I was like, man, it's getting a little warm in here. And it's showing that it's 81 degrees inside the truck, 91 degrees outside. So turn the air conditioner up to level 3. Level 3 is as high as I turn the air conditioner up. If it needs more than that, then I'll turn on the sleeper air conditioner. I've heard Swift has gotten a lot better. I've heard that they are not the company that they were 20 years ago. I'm never going to find that out for myself because I'll never work for Swift again. Who knows if I'm even rehirable at Swift? Who knows what notes they keep on people and what that dispatcher wrote down on me. He was really mad that I wouldn't stay. But basically what he was doing on that Kmart account was giving me all of the crappy loads. Because there were drivers on that Kmart account that were doing loads to like Salt Lake City and other places. I don't know where all the loads were going out of that Kmart distribution center, but the worst loads coming out of that Kmart distribution center were the short little like 150 mile, 200 mile loads going into Northern California. And that's what he was giving me. He was giving all of the senior drivers the good loads. Like the most senior driver he was always getting the Salt Lake City load. So he basically went from, he would go back and forth between Reno and Salt Lake City. That's all he did, was back and forth between Reno and Salt Lake City on that Kmart account. How do I know that? Because I was on his truck for 2 weeks during training. And they told me he was like the most senior person at the terminal. He'd been at that terminal for like 15 years or something. And that was a nightmare situation. I'm not sure if I want to tell that story, but I was only on his truck for 2 weeks, and I demanded to be off. I demanded a new trainer. So I'll tell you the short version of the story. Number one, he did not want me to drive the truck. He told me day one up front, he said, I normally don't train. The only reason you're on this truck is because I'm going on vacation soon, and I just want to make a couple of extra dollars for my vacation. So he didn't want me driving, and he didn't want me in the passenger seat. He would get mad if I was in the passenger seat. And he wouldn't let me in his bunk, the bottom bunk. He told me that I had to be in the top bunk. So he wanted me in the top bunk while he was driving down the road and while we were parked. He just wanted me to sit in the top bunk the whole time. And I refused. Swift had recently had a trainee die from falling out of the top bunk because a trainer wouldn't let them sleep in the bottom bunk. And the trainee was in the top bunk while the truck was rolling and fell out of the top bunk and broke their neck. So Swift had posters up at every one of their terminals saying that, no one's allowed in the top bunk while the truck's moving. And if somebody tells you otherwise, reach out to HR. Well, the problem is that the HR person was best friends with this guy. So that was just one of the issues I had was, he wouldn't let me in the bottom bunk and he wanted me in the top bunk while the truck was moving, and I refused. So I just sat in the passenger seat the entire time the truck was moving. And then when we were stopped, I would get in the top bunk. He didn't let me drive very much. I drove a couple of times. I might have, in the 2 weeks I was in his truck, I maybe drove 200 miles. So that was one issue, was the top bunk, and that number two issue was he wasn't letting me drive as a trainee. Number three issue was he didn't want me in the passenger seat, ever. Number four issue is that he thought that I was Mexican, and he was extremely racist. He was Native American, and he thought I was Mexican. He was a big, fat Native American guy. He thought I was Mexican, and he was constantly making comments about Mexicans and how worthless they are, and just really derogatory comments about Mexicans. And then he would just glare at me. So that's what he would do when I was in the passenger seat, is he would just say really messed up stuff to try to get me to go into the back of the truck. He would just sit there the entire time I was in the passenger seats, saying just really racist crap. Because he thought I was Mexican, to try to get me to go into the back. So that was another issue. Just a second here. Catching up with the CR England. I've got 2 4-wheelers passing me right now. Come on, don't slow down alongside me. Having to hit my damn brakes. I wish people would use cruise control. And I can't remember any other issues that I had with him. I'm sure that there probably were. But the Swift terminal was just this small office where there were a whole bunch of desks next to each other, and it was just one tiny little room. So I walked in there, and the HR person was just sitting at one of those desks, and I said, "Can we go into the meeting room to have some privacy?" And she said, "Why?" I said, "Well, I'm going to request to get off. I'm requesting a new trainer." And she's best friends with this guy. And she just snapped and started yelling at me. "He's one of our best drivers," and you just started yelling and screaming at me. And I said, "I think this would be better if we, talked about this in private." And she just kept yelling and screaming at me. She's like, "Well, so-and-so said this about you." She started like saying a whole bunch of stuff about me and claiming that, I wasn't perfect and other people had made complaints against me. And this is in the office in front of everybody, all the dispatchers, yelling and screaming. The HR person, she was just yelling and screaming at me. And so she said, "What is he? Why do you want off his truck?" And I started outlining, everything, basically everything I just told you. And she finally, shut up and sat there. She was still mad. She said, "Fine, I'll find you somebody else." And they put me up in a hotel for a couple of days while they found me a new trainer. And the new trainer had issues as well, but he was tolerable. So the new trainer was an owner-operator. He was on Swift's lease program. And it was, oh my God, it was so bad. He made 60 cents a mile. Swift's lease program back then, I don't know what it is now, but back then, I don't know all the details of their lease program, but he made 60 cents per mile. So instead of getting paid like 30 cents per mile as a company driver, 25, 30 cents a mile, the lease drivers made 60 cents a mile. I have no idea what their expenses were like. But he made 60 cents a mile. So, a second here. I'm catching up with the Prime. I'm still a ways away from Prime. There's a truck that just caught up with me that's about to start passing me. Left lane closed in half a mile. All right. Do you read the signs? Don't go for the pass. You don't have enough room. They're not going for the pass. They're out there riding the left side of the lane. Once we get out of this, I'll let this person go around me, and then I'll pass Prime. Oh, Prime just dropped quite a bit of speed. They're still going the speed limit. They just dropped. We were cruising into the work zone at 65, and then Prime dropped down to the work zone speed limit of 55. Now we're through the work zone, and we're accelerating. So I'll let this truck go around me, and then I'll pass Prime. Looks like there's an RV about a quarter mile back, but I think I already passed that RV. So anyway, my new trainer at Swift was quite the character. Little bitty guy. And he was the type of person, he had really big glasses, big bushy hair. He had a little bit of a gut. He was like skinny fat. You know what I mean? Like skinny arms, skinny legs, but he's got a gut. So a little skinny fat guy with big glasses, big bushy hair. And he acted really like nerdy. Like he was always giggling and like saying dorky stuff. But he had like rage issues. Like he would go from giggling and saying dorky stuff to throwing a temper tantrum and yelling and screaming instantly. So the only real issues I had with him was he had really, really, really bad road rage. That was one of the big problems I had with him. He couldn't stand to drive at night. I loved driving at night. So I did, well, almost all the driving on the truck. But I especially did the nighttime driving. Well, because he was driving during the day, he was dealing with traffic. It's the reason I like to drive at night, so I don't have to deal with that crap. So I would be trying to sleep in the bottom bunk. The very first time that I slept in the bottom bunk while he was driving, I did not put my belts on the bottom bunk. I had never used a bottom bunk belt up to that point. Never needed it. And then I came flying out of the bottom bunk, and I ended up in the front floorboard wrapped around the shifter. Why? Because of his road rage. Trucks can't accelerate as fast as a car. So when you're in stop and go traffic and the cars start moving forward, there's always going to be a gap created in front of you, and cars will pull into that. Every single time somebody would do that to him, he would lay on his horn, stand up in his chair, yell at the top of his lungs, and then he would let the truck roll up to the back of their car until it got within like an inch of their car, and then he would slam on the brakes as hard as he could. So imagine him just the horn, laying on the horn's going the whole time. He's standing up in the truck, yelling at the top of his lungs, and then locks up the brakes. That's what happened whenever I rolled up here into the floorboard. Now, after I rolled up into the floorboard, did he stop that behavior? No. He didn't stop screaming. He didn't stop honking the horn. He just looked down at me and laughed, and then he went back to yelling and screaming at traffic. Imagine trying to sleep while that person's driving the car that you're trying to sleep in. It was brutal. Like, I got very little sleep. And I was always afraid of us getting into an accident. He was a really bad driver. He did not teach me anything. The previous trainer did not teach me anything. We just ran team. That's all we did. We just ran team. And he was lazy. And he loved me because I would just start my drive shift and I would just drive my 11 hours straight through without stopping. And I would stop the truck, and he would be in the back asleep, and he'd go, "You're already done?" And I'd be like, "Yeah." And he'd be like, "I don't feel like driving. I'm gonna get some more sleep." And I would crawl into the top bunk and go to sleep. And he would wake up a couple hours later, And he'd get out of the truck, and if we were at a truck stop, he would go into the truck stop and grab something to eat, screw around for a while, and then he'd wake me up and tell me that he's going to drive to move over into the bottom bunk. You know, he was cool about that. So I'd have to move bunks, and then he'd start driving, and he'd drive for like an hour. Then he'd stop somewhere and grab something to eat, drive for another hour, stop somewhere, and then he'd get tired and be like, I want to take a nap. And he'd wake me up, and I'd have to move back into the top bunk, and then he'd take a nap for a few hours. And then he always, no matter what was going on, if he was driving, he was sleeping, he was, whatever he was doing, the very instant that my 10-hour break was up, he would wake me up, and he'd go, your 10 is up, it's time for you to drive. So he would just screw off during his drive time, spend a lot of his drive time sleeping. And then when it came my drive time, he required me to drive my full 11. And as soon as my 10-hour break was up, he would make me drive. So I was doing almost all the miles on the truck. I was driving almost 4,000 miles a week. The total miles we were doing on the truck was just a little over 5,000 miles. We were doing like 5,000 to 5,500 miles a week, and I was doing around about 4,000 of that, which I didn't really care about, how much driving I was doing or how lazy he was. I did care about the sleep situation. I couldn't sleep while he was driving because of his road rage, and I also couldn't sleep while he was driving because he was constantly having me move between the top and bottom bunk so that he could take naps, and stuff like that. And it was really rough. But I was in his truck for about 3 months. And at the end of that 3 months, after I'd completed training, he wouldn't take me back to the terminal because he was making so much money having me on the truck because I was, putting so many miles on. Like, he was living it up. Like, he was living the lifestyle. He thought he was rich with how many miles I was driving for him. And he didn't want me off the truck. So he tried to keep me on the truck as a trainee. And after being on the truck for a week longer than I was supposed to be, we finally made it over near Reno. We got over to Sacramento. And he booked a load going to Texas or something. And I was like, that's not on the way to Reno. And he said, well, I'll try to get you to Reno after this load. And I said, no. I said, I'm like 100 miles away from Reno right now. The only place I'm going from here is Reno. Either we're getting a load to Reno or I'm getting a Greyhound bus to Reno. And he tried to talk me into, just doing, the same crap that the dispatchers did to me. Let's just do this, and then, I'll get you after this, at some point in the future. I put my foot down. I said, no. I said, I'm going to call dispatch. I'm going to call the trainer person and tell them, give me a bus ticket. And he said, okay. That's when he realized he wasn't going to be able to just keep me on as a trainee forever, like perpetuity, just, trainer forever, trainee forever. When he realized that scam wasn't going to work, then he tried talking me into staying on as a team driver, and he told me he would give me 50% of what the truck made. And I told him no. I said, are you kidding me? I do like 80% of the driving, and you want to give me 50% of the money? So you want me to just drive the truck for you, and you can sleep in the back, and I get half? No. I'm not. I'm not going to team with you. And like, it was like he had this. Apparently, he had a plan. He thought he was going to be able to keep me on. He thought that he was going to be able to keep me on as a trainee, and if that didn't work, then he could bust out the team thing, and I would definitely go for that. That's what he was thinking in his mind, and he was so deflated. Like he just had this defeated demeanor after I'd shot both of those down. Like his shoulders were sunk, his head was down, and he was just like, he didn't know what he was going to do. Like I crushed his world because he was certain that he had gotten his meal ticket. Got somebody on the shoulder up here, and I think I just saw him get into the driver's side of the vehicle. There's nobody behind me for about a half mile, so we're going to go ahead and move over. And it looks like they're driving down the shoulder now. And they're getting back onto the roadway. It looks like I'm probably still going to end up passing them. They're not going very fast. But he ended up calling the dispatch and talking with them and getting a different load, and he got a load going to Reno. So we took that load to Reno, and that was it. Like the next day, I had my own truck. All right, we got construction coming up. Is this another single lane? The last few single lanes have only lasted a very short distance, so hopefully if it is another single lane, it's only like a half mile of single lane. Looks like they just painted the road. Looks like the right lane is ending. Right lane closed in half a mile. There's a four-wheeler. Looked like he was going to dip in on the right and pass me, but no, it's following me over to the left lane. Maybe they're still painting the road. Oh, there's some construction people up there. Are they painting? I can't tell. Yeah, I'm guessing that they're painting. There's no fog line on this section of road. They're still paving. So that was basically my career at Swift. The short version of it. Oh my goodness, man. How long? Okay, it looks like the single lane's ending right here. I see people moving over. That's a big drop right there. It's very uneven lanes. So they've paved the left side. They haven't paved the right side. So there's the left side's like 2 or 3 inches taller than the right side. Or did I say that right? The left side's about 2 or 3 inches taller than the right side. What in the hell is that pickup doing out in the middle of the median? You can't park there. We've still got 57 miles until we get to Colby. Another way station. I got the bypass. Free coffee. Tell me more. Seven miles ahead. Official Kansas Travel Center. So the Kansas Travel Center has free coffee. The way station's closed. And we are in Kansas now. Gonna speed up a little bit so I'm not slow passing these trucks. Speed limit 75, minimum speed 40. You don't see a lot of interstates posted with minimum speeds these days. Used to be really common to have a maximum and minimum speed listed on the interstate. Now I typically only see maximum speeds. So one of the trucks that I just passed sped up and passed the other truck that I just passed and is now passing me. Can people just not figure out how fast they want to go? I don't really care how fast anybody goes, as long as it doesn't bother me. But I don't like playing leapfrog with people, and I don't like people loitering around me. So I'm just going to assume that this person was stuck behind that slow vehicle back there because of the way station. And that's the reason I passed them. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. $52 miles to Colby. So do I want to fill up before or after the shower? Because I already have a shower credit. Let's see what time it is. 2 p.m. Wait a second, it's not 2 p.m. It's 3 p.m. Central. I haven't seen a sign, but I think we're in Central Time Zone now. So I'll be getting there right about just before 4 p.m. Showers usually don't start getting backed up until after 6 p.m. Let me click on the Pilot Flying J app and see if it tells me that my closest location is Colby, Kansas. Let's see here, we got a four-wheeler going around. Why in the hell do they slow down when they get alongside of me? Are they like looking in my mirror? They're like, oh, that's interesting. Let's slow down and look in his mirror. What's inside that truck? It's like a zoo animal or something. All right, I guess I'm too far away. It did not show. Normally, if you're close to a location and you pull up the app, it'll automatically pop up on the front page and tell you like how many are in line for a shower, and how many fuel pumps are in use and stuff like that. It's not doing that. I think I'm just too far away. So I'm going to fuel first, and then while I'm fueling, I'll check the shower line. And if there's no line for a shower, then I'll take a shower. That's what we'll do. Fuel first. This is a nice road. Brand new, smooth road. All right, let's think of another story to tell. Let's think about, okay, let's think about this. This is what I'm thinking about as far as home time. I don't want to be home for very long. And I'm trying to figure out what to do with the oil change. I'm thinking about calling up Fleet Pride and asking them, like, if they have the filters in stock and what they charge for them. When I checked Fleet Pride's website, it was like $190 for the filters to do an oil change on my truck. Oil, it's a bypass oil filter, 2 regular oil filters, a fuel filter, and then a fuel water separator. So 5 total filters. And they charge like $190 for it. I can order those from another place online for $108. I can save like $80 ordering them online, but it's like 2 weeks shipping. But I don't know if you've ever done, orders with Amazon. You have no idea when an order is going to arrive if it says it's, 2 weeks shipping. So what I'm afraid of is if I order it right now, it could arrive tomorrow. So I think I'll call Fleet Pride locally instead of using their website. Check Just call a local store directly and see what they charge for it. Because their online prices may not be accurate. If I can get the fuel filters for $108, and then the filter kit for the APU is another $60 approximately. So it'd be like $170 plus taxes. We'll just say we'll just say $200 for filters. And then get them to agree to an hour and a half of labor to do it. They charge like $120 an hour for labor. So it'd be like $180. It'd be about $200 in labor, $200 in parts. It would cost me like $400 to get a PM done on the truck and APU. Which is about what they normally charge me. It's like the last time I had them do it, I think it was $450. And the last video that I was talking about this in, somebody replied with a stupid comment. They said something like, they were making fun of me for negotiating an oil change price. And they were like, nobody's ever done that before. You're going to be the first or something like that. Calling me an idiot for wanting to negotiate prices with a mechanic on an oil change. Like, are you serious? Like, you must not be a business owner. You must not have any idea what you're talking about if you've never negotiated prices with a mechanic. My mechanic does not do oil changes for people. Every time I get anything done at my mechanic, it's negotiable. Everything is negotiated. They don't have fixed prices for anything. So, yeah, if you go to some place like TA or Petro, where they have a fixed price for an oil change, then yeah, great, go do that. That's not the mechanic that I use for my oil change, for my preventative maintenance. And not many places have fixed rates like that. Conlon Tire, I asked them about doing the PM on my truck, and they said they had no idea how much it would cost. They said the last time they did a PM, it was over $1,000, and the guy got really mad at the price. Why? Because he didn't negotiate. He just went in there and said, give me a PM. And they said, okay. And then after it was done, they said, okay, $1,200. And he's like, are you kidding me? Like, what kind of moron goes out and has somebody do something for them without finding out what the price is first? Like, I can't believe, like, if somebody wants to punk on me for, figuring out what the price is first and figuring out whether it's better for me to have the mechanic buy the parts, or if I could save a lot of money buying the parts myself, or does this mechanic not allow me to buy parts myself? Like TA Petro, a lot of them, they will not use parts that you bring in. They will only work on the truck with parts that you buy through them, so that they get their massive markup on parts. That's one of the reasons that I use the mechanic that I do, is because they let me buy my own parts to save money. Because almost all these shops have 100% markup on parts. If they buy the part for $50, they're selling it to you for $100. And that same Conlon tire, I don't remember the details, but I think I talked about it in the video where I was doing my DOT inspection at Conlon Tire. I think I talked about it. Sorry, I'm having issues keeping it in the lane, getting some strong crosswinds. Is this truck legal to be on the road? It's just held together with hopes and dreams. It looks rusted out. You know what that person's going to say is that it's just good patina. But yeah, Conlon was in there laughing. Like, it pisses me off, like, to hear mechanics laughing about, screwing people over. But Conlon was in there laughing about how they had somebody that came in and wanted an oil change, and they told them that they wanted them to use all PACCAR filters for everything. He wanted the air filter replaced. He wanted all the filters replaced. And he wanted specifically PACCAR filters for everything. And he did not get a quote up front. So they went and did the job, and it came up to a crazy amount of money. They were telling me like one of the filters from PACCAR was almost $1,000. Like $1,000 for an air filter. I was like, are you serious? The last time I bought an air filter, I think it was $65. And they were sitting there laughing about it and laughing about how, that guy said, he said he wanted PACCAR, and then he wanted to complain when, after we did it, and he didn't want to pay for it. And I said, well, don't you think that the price on that was a little absurd? Like maybe you should have told the customer, hey, that PACCAR filter you want is $1,000. It's like 20 times more expensive than normal. Don't you think that's your bad for not, bringing that up? And he's like, yeah, I guess, but he told us he wanted PACCAR, so we just assumed that he knew what he was getting himself into. So yeah, I know a lot of people just go in there and they tell mechanics to do things and they don't ask for quotes or prices. I always get quotes. I want to know the price of everything that I do up front. I don't like surprises. I can't believe that people go into a shop and they're like, yeah, I need this fixed. They're like, okay. And they go and do the work, and then they come back with some mystery number later. Great example. On the way up to, what load did I don't even remember how I got up to Portland. What load did I take up to Portland? It was an air conditioner load, wasn't it? Yes. I took a load of air conditioners from Louisville, Dallas, and I had to stop in Reno, Reading, and then Medford. While I was on my way from Dallas, my air brake relay valve, the bladder on it, failed, and it just started dumping air out the overflow or whatever it is, the overpressure bladder, or I don't know what it's called. And I went to Love's to see about getting them to replace it, and they wanted $200 of labor plus part cost. And we never even got around to what the part was going to cost. Just the labor alone was going to be $300. 2 hours at $140 an hour to replace it. That's what they wanted, was $300 in labor to replace it, plus part cost. And I was like, yeah, that's not happening. That's crazy. So I went literally across the interstate, opposite side of the interstate, just probably less than a mile away. It was probably about a mile away. Went over to Fleet Pride, bought the air brake relay valve for $25. It was $20 plus tax. It was $25. I installed it in the truck parking lot. It took me about 30 to 45 minutes to install it, and it works great. No issues with it. So instead of $300 plus whatever part cost, a lot of times shops will refuse to use like aftermarket parts. They'll force you to use like name brand stuff. The name brand air brake relay valve, Benedict or Bendine or whatever it is, was $130 plus tax. So it probably have been upwards of $140, $150 for that part. And then that was the price from Fleet Pride. That's where Love's buys their crap from. And then Love's tax on it, their upcharge on top of that, which a lot of times is 100%. So they might have charged me like $250 for that part on top of their $300 labor. It probably would have ended up costing me $500 to get it replaced at Love's. But I got that fixed for $25. What if I would have just walked in there like your average super trucker and just been like, yeah, my air brake relay valve's broken. I need you guys to fix it. And they would have walked out $500 later. And they probably would have been in the shop for like 8 hours. In the shop for 8 hours and spent $500. And my total downtime was about an hour. And it cost me $25. So yeah, when I get home, I don't want to be home for very long. But my problem is I have two issues. Number one, the mechanic where I'm going to get my PM done, I usually have to schedule an appointment 1 to 2 weeks in advance. It's usually on average about a week in advance that I have to wait around. And then number two, I might have to get the parts shipped in, and it might take 1 or 2 weeks for the parts to get in. That's if I can't find them locally. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to get the PM done, and I'm also going to replace the coolant filter and the 2 air filters on the fuel tanks. I'll do the coolant filter and the air filters myself. I don't trust them to do the coolant filter. And the air filters on the fuel tanks are just extremely easy to replace. I'm not paying somebody to do that. None of that's been replaced the entire time I've owned the truck. I've had the truck for 5 years, and the coolant filter and the 2 air filters on the fuel tanks have never been replaced. And I think the fuel filter is clogged up. Or not the fuel filter, the coolant filter. I think the coolant filter is clogged up because I'm having some kind of pressure issue in the coolant system. It's building up quite a bit of pressure, and it's not doing the same thing that it did when the injector cups failed, where I was getting an overpressurization in the coolant system. Basically what's happening is the coolant is getting sucked out of the reservoir, and it's sucking the reservoir down really low to where I'm occasionally getting like low coolant level. Whenever I was going across some big mountains in Wyoming, I was, going over mountain after mountain after mountain, and the engine was running hot for a long time, going out over just back to back to back to back mountain. And I got to the top of the final mountain. It was in, it was Laramie. I was going up that steep grade, going eastbound from Laramie. And I got up to the very peak, and we're just about to start going downhill at Happy Jack. And I get an error, stop engine error, a critical error, because the coolant level is low. Coolant level being low is a critical error. It will, reduce the power of the engine, so you'll lose power. Like, the engine will do almost nothing. You can barely drive the truck. You'll just lose tons of power. The automatic transmission stopped working. I had to start manually shifting gears. And I just had no power at all. I pulled over to the shoulder, and it was all because of low coolant. And what it had done is it had sucked the reservoir down to where it had triggered a low coolant, but it wasn't actually low on coolant. It's sucking coolant out of the reservoir, but it's not able to continue to flow through. It's getting trapped somewhere. And it's not stopping it completely. It's just slowing down the flow of coolant. So I think it's the coolant filter. I'm hoping that's what it is, and I'm going to replace that. I don't have an issue with it. The flow on it is good enough that there's no problems as long as the temperature of the engine doesn't get hot. And even then, the temperature of the engine has to get hot for an extended amount of time for it to cause an issue. So I think it's just a flow rate problem with the coolant filter. It's like a $60 filter, and Volvo recommends they be replaced every 150,000 miles. I have no idea when the coolant filter has ever been replaced, because I've never replaced it since I've had the truck. And I have put about 150,000 miles on the truck since I've owned it. I bought the truck with 450,000 miles on it, if I remember correctly. and I just crossed over 600,000 miles recently. So I put right at 150,000 miles on the truck since I've had it. So that filter is definitely due to be replaced. And I don't even know what the recommended interval is for the fuel tank air filters. But I should probably just go ahead and replace them as well, since I've never replaced them since I've owned the truck. They're probably still the original ones that came with the truck. If those filters get clogged, then you could have issues with the fuel pump not being able to pull fuel out of the tanks. So yeah, I would like to get all of that stuff done while I'm at the house. I'm just sitting here thinking, sorry, I should probably think out loud instead of leaving a lot of dead air. I was thinking about like stopping doing business. Like, I'm on the verge of just not doing business anymore with Big Rig Products. Glenn is a really nice guy. His dad, Glenn Sr., is a really nice guy. I like both of them. Bill, the head mechanic, is a character. He's okay sometimes. Sometimes he gets on my nerves. And then the other mechanic, I forget what his name is. He's okay. Don't have a problem with him. He doesn't like to talk. And then Joe, their gopher that just does whatever odd job they need. I like him, but I cannot stand doing business with him. Every time he gets involved, he just shoots up the numbers to astronomical levels. Like the last time I was in there, Bill worked on my APU for a total of 2 hours. If that maximum, absolute maximum was 2 hours, probably less than that. And Joe wrote the bill up for 7 hours of labor. It was over a $900 labor bill to work on the APU for 2 hours. And Glenn saw the bill and was like, that's too much. and he knocked it down to $700. That was still too much. I'm still upset about that. I'm still like really ticked off about that. So what I'm thinking of, there's been a whole lot of new truck parking areas pop up around Oklahoma City. I'm thinking that if they piss me off one more time, I'm never doing business with them again, and I'm going to start parking somewhere else. Because I'm spending like $1,500 a year to park in their parking lot, and then on top of that, they're screwing me over every time I have them do anything in the shop. That's what I'm thinking of right now. So hopefully my conversation with them goes really well and we come to an agreement on the price. Colby next, we're 11 miles from the exit. Colby next 3 exits. Your new Takeuchi dealer? What in the world? What in the world is a Takeuchi? It's gotten really annoying that all these places are trying to, like, all of the automotive places are trying to make a living off of parts and service. Like, they become more parts and service oriented rather than product oriented. They make so much money on parts and service that seems to be their main focus now. Like, the thing that's in the news at the moment is John Deere. Farmers basically can't work on their own equipment. I don't know exactly what's keeping them from working on their own equipment. If I remember correctly, they void their warranty if they get work done anywhere but a John Deere dealer. And there's also like computer stuff that locks them out of things. And they don't have access to error codes and stuff like that. So the computer will just say, there's an error, won't tell them what's wrong, and they'll have to have a John Deere mechanic come out and look at it to fix the error. So a lot of companies have gone in that direction, like Apple. They've been fighting with Apple. Apple has, the way they build their phones, they make it to where it's really difficult to have anybody work on it. And a lot of people are pushing for what they're calling right to repair laws. And basically, if somebody sells you a product and they lock you out of it to where you cannot repair it, you don't really own that product. Like, if it ever breaks, you're forced to go back to them. You're basically just leasing the product from them, and you're forced to go back to them anytime anything goes wrong with it. That's the way that's the direction all of the automotive and electronic places are going. I used to work for a large, computer company, and they were always pushing the limit on what they could do to their customers to screw them over on proprietary stuff and locking people out of things. And occasionally they would implement stuff that would just piss off too many customers, and then they would roll it back and undo it. But they're just going to keep pushing that until they're able to do it. That's what a lot of these manufacturers are doing, is they're trying to make everything really proprietary and locked down so that you're forced to come back to them for repairs and service. I hate the direction that things are going. We need to have like some type of federal laws. Like there are federal laws about warranties and stuff like that. They need to create federal laws about companies not being able to lock down stuff to force people to come back to them for parts and service. And the digital media industry is pushing towards subscription services to where you never actually own things. You just subscribe to them. And they're pushing for some type of legislation on digital media as well, where right now one of the things they're doing is they're making it so that, like, if you buy a video game, you have to be able to get online and authorize that video game before you can use it. Well, if they ever shut down that authorization server, you're never able to play the video game again. And there have been several video games that are unplayable now because servers have been shut down. People paid for the game, and they can no longer play the game because of, authorization servers being shut off. So we're going in just a really bad direction on people buying things and not really owning them. But they are trying to get legislation through on all that stuff. "96 degrees outside, is that for real?" I'm not sure if it's actually that hot, because the terrible design on this truck of where they put the thermostat, it's on the mirror, and whenever the mirror gets direct sunlight, it's usually like 10 degrees hotter than what it actually is. So it's probably closer to, it says 94 right now. It's probably closer to 84 degrees outside if I had to guess. And if I'm stationary, if I'm just sitting in a parking lot not moving, the wind is cooling off the mirror. The direct sunlight's heating it up, and then the wind is cooling it off. If I park in the parking lot, it could be 80 degrees outside, and my thermostat might say it's 120 degrees. That's how off it can get because of the mirror getting hot. So at night, whenever there's no direct sunlight, it gets decently accurate. Colby, next 2 exit. It's pretty windy. 2.2 miles. I'm taking exit 54.
In 2 miles, take exit 54 toward Country Club Drive.
What do we got at this exit? I think we got a TA at this exit. There's a Petro over on the right. Speaking of John Deere,
Half mile, take exit 54 toward
there's a whole bunch of John Deere equipment at that dealer right there.
Take exit 54, then turn left onto South Country Club Drive.
All right, do not listen to the super truckers that tell you to wait until you exit, until you're all the way off the interstate before you start slowing down. Don't listen to that super trucker logic. That's dangerous.
At the stop
You'll
sign,
get yourself or somebody else killed doing that. Nobody coming from either direction.
In 1,000 feet, turn right onto East Willow Avenue.
Man, I'm starting to question if I got off on the right exit. That pilot's a ways down the road. Well, it looks like we're going to turn right on this road over here.
Turn right onto East Willow Avenue.
They're basically doing a U-turn. Turn around and go back the other direction.
Take the next right, then you will arrive at your destination.
All right. I want to get a pump over here on the right. I think I can swing around to the left to come back into the parking lot. Yeah, I think there's an entrance over there. Oh my goodness, everybody's taking their damn 30s at the fuel island. Let's, oh, son of a, I picked the wrong lane. The guy over to my left just pulled out, so the guy behind me got that spot. Oh, he still got to fuel his reefer. Let's check the Pilot Flying J app. And I'm switching over to on-duty fueling. I'm trying, but this damn touchscreen on this Qualcomm is so annoying. Oh my goodness, there's 3 people ahead of me. I went ahead and reserved a shower. And I'm doing the, oh. I'm doing the fuel thing right now so that whenever I get up there, all I have to do is punch in a code instead of filling out all this information at the pump. This is why this is one of the reasons why I hate the 30-minute break rule so much, is it causes this crap at the fuel island. Everybody's sitting here taking their damn 30s at the fuel island. I just picked the wrong damn one. I've got the one where the guy's probably inside grabbing something to eat. No, he's actually fueling right now. Or acting like it, pretending. There's a lane open, but I don't want to back. You know what? I'm going to do it. Because this guy is about to pull forward. The guy on my left is about to pull forward. Nope, never mind. Somebody just pulled into that open lane. Oh my goodness. Is Dollar General about to pull out of that spot? Yep. All right, let's back up. Oh, damn it. There's somebody parked in front of Dollar General. They can't pull all the way out. Oh my God, all these people taking their damn 30s. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull over into the Dollar General lane because this guy in front of me is obviously taking his 30. He's just screwing around trying to waste time. All right, sweet. The guy up front just pulled forward. This guy's just over here jerking off, acting like he's fueling so he can take his damn 30. All right. I'm going to pause this while I fuel up. And right now it is 3:49. Should take about 7 minutes. Be right back. All right. We just finished fueling. It is now 3:57. Was that 8 minutes? The pump was pumping slow. And the Dollar General parked in front of me just pulled off. And the guy to my left that was pretending to fuel just pulled forward. I'm going to turn on my left turn signal, let these people know I'm turning left, in case they pay attention to that kind of stuff. And what is my spot in line? It still says 3 guests ahead. Let's see if it updates. 2 guests ahead. I'm going to park in one of these reserved spots. We're going to do a pull. One guest ahead. Now we're talking. All right. Now I need to switch over to sleeper berth and get my shower bag ready. I need to, let me see if this, I'm going to end the video if unplugging the headset messes up the Bluetooth. So have a good one. Thanks for watching. If it messes up the video, here we go. Test. All right, looks like it's still working. Usually, whenever I disconnect the power cord from the Bluetooth headset, it will screw it up. And it'll just disconnect. All right, so let's grab some clothes. We need shorts, underwear. All right, well, let's go to the next drawer. This one's hard to open. I need to fix it, but it hasn't become enough of a pain that I've felt like dealing with it yet. All right, shirt and socks. Shower bag's ready to go. So that's it. I'm next in, well, I'm not next in line. There's one person ahead of me. So I'll go ahead and end the video here. And I'll leave the truck running while I'm inside because it's 90 degrees outside. If I shut the truck off, then it's going to get up to like 150 degrees in here. And it's going to take me a half hour to cool it off. So after I take a shower, I'll just come in here and sweat for a half hour. I don't want to do that. So I want to keep it nice and cool. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed the long driving video. Fort Collins to Colby, Kansas. Fort Collins, Colorado to Colby, Kansas. Not too terribly eventful. Pretty neat, pretty easy drive through Denver. So have a good one. Bye.